Шановні пані та панове, розпочинаю роботу 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum of Brussels platform is starting. Please take your seats. Please put your smartphones on silent mode.
We begin the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats and set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Шановні пані та панове, розпочинаю роботу 8-й Київський інвестиційний форум «Брюссельська платформа». Просимо гостей зайняти місця у залі. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в режим тихої роботи.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum, please take your seats and set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Пані та панове, запрошуємо модератора відкриваючої сесії Ольга Дьякова, співзасновниця Impact Force та фонду Давіда Лінча у Східній Європі.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Olga Dyakova, co-founder of Impact Force and the David Lynch Foundation in Eastern Europe, as the moderator of our keynote session.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, and visionary leaders, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum, that aptly titled Sustainable Revival of Greater Kyiv. Peace is a fundamental human right. It is essential for social progress, economic development, our well-being, and the well-being of the planet. When there is a peace, we can thrive, we can build strong society, raise healthy families, and pursue our dreams. But peace is not always easy to achieve. Kyiv has always been a beacon of resilience, of hope, innovation, and cultural vibrancy. Its spirit remains unbroken. The theme of this forum's Sustainable Revival reflects our collective commitment to rebuilding Kyiv in a way that is both environmentally and socially responsible, built on principles of respect and peace. We determined to create a city that is not only economically prosperous, but also livable, sustainable, and inclusive. Together, we will forge a new path, shaping a future that redefines not only our cities, but our way we live. Without further delay, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Philippe Clazet, Mayor of the City of Brussels, and Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv, to set the tone of our conversation today. Please welcome. Together.
First of all, dear friends, I can say welcome to Brussels because the mayor of Brussels have to say that. But I'm very, very happy to see today friends of Ukraine, to see the people who do it everything to bring the peace in Europe, who see one of the biggest country in Europe, Ukraine, the part of European family. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your participation. And very important point why we come together. Big, strong, successful European family, and we do that, and we support each other, help each other, and that's why thank you very much for everyone who share our view to see our homeland the part of European family. Thank you for Philip. Thank you for every ambassador. Thank you for every delegate, for everyone who come to this forum, and we discuss and to give a lot of interesting information, and I'm more than sure it's everyone leave the forum after tomorrow with a lot of good news, a lot of perspective and plans for the future, not just for Ukraine, for whole Europe. Thank you very much. Philip.
Dear Commissioner, dear Ministers, distinguished guests, Excellencies, thank you to be there. First of all, we are still together to speak about Ukraine, unfortunately because this war, but it's also for me an opportunity to speak about our common European project. It's always a good proof that the European project lives in this world is also the fight for Ukraine for its freedom and the fight of Ukraine to be a part of this European project. And as capital of Europe, it's for us a duty to organize with Vistali this forum, not to speak only about the present, but also to speak together about the future of Ukraine, in particular of the city of Kyiv. So thank you to be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and excitement that I present to you a special message from a true champion of progress and sustainability, President Ursula von der Leyen, the esteemed leader of the European Commission.
Dear Ministers, State Secretary, Mayor Klose, Mayor Klitschko, let me begin by thanking the City of Brussels for once again hosting the Kyiv Investment Forum. Since the start of Russia's war of aggression, over 60,000 Ukrainians have received their European temporary protection in this city. Brussels has also sent to Kyiv City Hospital over 300,000 euros worth in medical equipment, a powerful generator, and 6 fully equipped ambulances. These remarkable acts of solidarity have been multiplied by cities across our union with cities in Ukraine, like in Lviv, where Brussels and others support the largest care center in Ukraine for wounded civilians and soldiers. The center is called Unbroken, and so is Europe's solidarity and Ukraine's resistance. Today we're gathered here to discuss the future of Ukraine in the European Union. In particular, the sustainable revival of Greater Kyiv. Mayor Vitaly Klitschko, your city and its people have become synonymous with resilience. You've sheltered tens of thousands of internally displaced Ukrainians. You've countered Russian missiles against your energy and civilian infrastructure. You were besieged by Russian tanks. In Bucha, I saw the body bags laying on the street. But your city and your nation fought back. You won the Battle of Kyiv, and you will win the war for Ukraine. I saw Ukraine's determination again 2 weeks ago during my latest visit to your country. Once again, I was so inspired by Ukraine's confidence in a better future. And while fighting a full-scale war, Ukraine is also passing deep and bold reforms. You have completed almost all the steps we asked you to take. The constitutional justice reform, the selection of the High Council of Justice, the anti-corruption program, progress against money laundering, important measures to curb the oligarchs' grip on your public life, just to name a few. The good news is that the remaining measures are already on their way, and therefore the Commission recommends the start of accession negotiations to the Council. Your reforms will make Ukraine stronger and more attractive for investors. If you stay the course at your impressive pace, the future of Ukraine is in the European Union. And we want to underpin Ukraine's reforms with European investments. This is why we are working on a 50 billion euro financial and reform package. It will support Ukraine's national plan to rebuild the country. And the Ukraine plan can also provide guidance and coordination for international donors, both public and private. Ukraine wants to become a hub of green industry and digital innovation. It has the people and the will to make this happen. So let's invest together in their European future. The city of Kyiv is leading this effort to build a better future for Ukraine. I've seen it firsthand how the city is reimagining itself as a dynamic, green, and inclusive capital. Kyiv can also be an example for other Ukrainian cities, as well as for cities in the European Union. We can learn so much from each other and help one each other, including through the Mayor's platform, which this forum brought to life last year. Now, with the winter coming, we must all redouble our efforts to support Ukraine, from healthcare and energy support to protecting Ukraine's rich cultural heritage. Every action matters. Europe stands with Ukraine this winter and all seasons to come. Slava Ukraini! Long live Europe!
It is an honor to welcome a dedicated advocate for Ukraine, a true champion of accountability for the horrendous crimes committed by Russia, EU Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Didier Reynders. Please welcome.
Thank you. Monsieur le Bourgmestre, cher Philippe, dear Mayor, dear Vitaly, dear Ministers, Ambassadors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today with you to participate in the opening of this year's Kyiv Investment Forum. While much has changed since my participation in last year's edition of this event, when I spoke on the topic of resilience, innovation, and sustainability, there has been one constant: Europe's unwavering and enduring support for Ukraine. Last week's enlargement package has been yet another demonstration of this support, illustrating that the future of Ukraine is clearly within the European Union. The Commission stands ready to continue supporting the Ukrainian authorities and the Ukrainian population in their immediate needs while working towards Ukraine's European future together. This includes, of course, the important revival of Ukrainian towns and cities, including Kyiv, to which we have contributed in a number of ways. Firstly, through making available macro-financial assistance amounting to over 82.6 billion euros to date for humanitarian, economic and military support, as well as to support Ukrainian refugees. In addition, our macro-financial assistance plus as an instrument was able to provide for yet an additional 18 billion euro in the form of highly concessional loans. While these financial means have allowed us to respond to immediate needs on the side of Ukrainian partners, it is clear that we need to ensure that this support continues in the long run by establishing a multi-annual instrument that is both flexible and transparent. Because our commitment to Ukraine, its cities, towns and villages extends not only to the short term, but more importantly, also the long term, including the country's future reconstructions. That is why the Commission has proposed an Ukraine facility through which we will set aside 50 billion euros for Ukraine from 2024 to 2027. This facility will support the reconstruction and modernization of Ukraine in synergy with private sector, of course with, I hope, investment coming from the private sector, and allow Ukraine to progress while taking the necessary steps on its path of reform and of European integration. Respect for the rule of law is a founding value of the European Union. It is a fundamental prerequisite for the effective functioning of any democracy, but equally important to achieving economic growth. An independent, efficient, and high-quality justice system that effectively fights corruption is necessary for business to thrive, to attract investment, and to boost innovation. In respect to investment, a special role also exists for the EU business community, which can make an important contribution to Ukraine's reconstruction through investment. The EU will help Ukraine to attract such investment, particularly in strategic sectors of the economy. Our instruments to lower the risk for investments in Ukraine, such as our de-risking programs, amount to a portfolio of 2.2 billion euros. The Ukraine facility will also provide further instruments to de-risk and attract private investment in Ukraine. But to attract foreign investment, a secure and predictable legal environment is essential, in other words, to ensure future prosperity while rebuilding Ukraine, a well-functioning justice again, in which the rule of law is effectively upheld, is key. It is for this particular reason that the Ukraine facility will introduce specific conditions to support Ukraine's reform priorities in the area of justice and the fight against corruption. In this regard, the Commission already cooperates intensely with Ukrainian authorities on these issues. The enlargement package, published by the Commission on the 8th of November, acknowledges the progress made by Ukraine on these issues, despite the difficult context of the war. And the war continues, but we need also to continue the reforms. At the same time, further efforts are needed to ensure continued progress. For that, we count on all Ukrainian authorities at the national and local level, including cities and municipalities. Let me also use this opportunity to highlight how our proposal for a Ukraine facility includes a strong local dimension. Decentralization is a key feature of its future, functioning with local authority and, of course, receiving a substantial share of the funds. Their active involvement will be crucial to promote development. And we stand ready to support Kyiv and all of Ukraine's towns and cities in benefiting from the facility. Now, as you know, the European Union is working around the clock with international partners to ensure that Russia will bear the consequence of its violence of international law violations. Is an important element that we have stressed, and so it's very important that Russia pay for the compensation of damage caused by the Russian aggression and pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine. This includes paying reparations in order to compensate for the damage suffered by the victims of Russia's war of aggression. In order to achieve this goal, the European Union and the Member States have continued to express support for setting up a dedicated mechanism that would record damage suffered by the Ukrainian people. To this end, a register of damage has recently started its operations under the auspice of the Council of Europe. The register brings together a coalition of more than 40 states in setting an essential first step towards the establishment of a future compensation mechanism. The European Union is a founding member of the register and contributed to its establishment with a financial contribution of €1 million, with further support to follow. But our efforts must not stop here. First, it is essential that more states join the register in order to ensure that it is clear that illegal actions of Russia are of concern to the international community as a whole. Outreach efforts to expand the register's membership are ongoing. These are aimed at those states that voted in favor of the UN General Assembly resolution on reparations but have not joined the register as of yet. Second, we have to continue working in close consultation with Ukraine and relevant international partners towards the establishment of a future international compensation mechanism. This mechanism will decide on the moment that will be in place on the amount to be awarded to victims based on the claims recorded in the register of damage and by using an agreed set of criteria. The European Union stands ready to support Ukraine in progressively building an internationally supported system of reparations, and I urge all member states to do the same. In doing so, we will continue our work aimed at identifying sources of funding for such a future compensation mechanism in close consultation with international partners, including the G7. As you know, the use of restrictive measures forms yet another important tool that is available at EU level to influence the outcome of this war and finance the future revival of Ukraine's cities. Since the invasion, the European Union has adopted 11 packages of sanctions against Russia, with the next one already in preparation. By ensuring effective enforcement of all sanctions, the European Union has managed to freeze more than 28 billion euros of Russian assets, private assets, in the EU, and immobilize more than 200 billion euro of Russian sovereign assets in the EU. And our efforts to ensure even more effective enforcement continue by focusing on two different strands of actions. First, by ensuring that there is no impunity for those who violate sanctions. To this end, last year, the Commission proposed a directive to harmonize the definition of and criminal penalties for the violation of sanctions. This instrument is linked to another proposal tabled by the Commission last year, aimed to and at enhancing EU rules on confiscation of assets. Once the two proposals are adopted, and we trust this will happen by the end of this year, the system of restrictive measures will be much more efficient and effective across the European Union. In principle, these confiscated assets could then be used for the benefit of Ukraine. Second, the European Union is exploring possible ways to temporarily make use of frozen and immobilized assets to finance Ukraine's reconstruction. The model currently under discussion is based on the so-called windfall revenues. The core idea is that immobilized Russian assets, which cannot be returned to the Central Bank of Russia due to the sanctions, are reinvested by the financial entities in which they are sitting. As a consequence of their immobilization, these assets already generate some revenues. And it's important, in our view, these revenues are extraordinary in nature, as they are generated only because of the EU sanctions in place. Therefore, they should be used to support Ukraine's reconstruction. There was a first proposal of the Belgian government to organize the transfer to Ukraine of the tax revenues on such a kind of set of revenues on the Russian assets. But the European Council called in its last conclusion of October 2023 for decisive progress on how such revenues could be directed to finance Ukraine's future reconstruction. And the Commission stands ready to provide the necessary support to achieve such progress. We have discussed, Mr. Ambassador, yesterday and the day before in Washington about that with the Attorney General and the Homeland Security State Secretary, because it's important to work together with our international partners and certainly with the US to do that. In the long run, we're also ready to explore further measures to organize the same kind of process that could link the lifting of the restrictive measures, including the mobilization of the Russian Central Bank's assets, to the full reparation of damage caused by Russia. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum brings together mayors and leaders from all levels across Europe, because we are working at the level of international organizations, at the level of the nations, but it's also important to work at the local level. Of course, we are all committed to be sure that it will be possible to bring perpetrators of international crimes to justice, and we are all committed to organize a secure way to be sure that Russia will pay, I said, for compensation of damage and for the reconstruction of Ukraine. But city to city, nation to nation, we all stand together in our support of Ukraine, its people, and its cities. Most importantly, today we will hear from you on how could best support you in your important work. Kyiv's revival will be the revival of one of Europe's brightest capital cities. And your progress towards a European future, despite all you have endured, is the definition of resilience. These efforts cannot and will not be in vain. Together, we will ensure Ukraine and its capital will fulfill their European destiny. It was said by the President of the Commission, the place of Ukraine is in the European Union. It is the reason why we have proposed in the Commission to the Council to start negotiation about the accession. So we'll see how it's possible to take the cities in such a process today. So thank you very much for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
It is an absolute privilege to introduce a remarkable advocate for Ukraine and a great supporter of its European aspiration, Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Foreign Trade, Ms. Hadja Labid.
Thank you. Merci. Cher Philippe, cher mayor, dear mayors, dear Vitaly, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends of Ukraine. It's a real honor to address you today at the Kyiv Investment Forum. And by the way, it's hard to believe that almost a year has passed since the last editions of this event. Hard to believe also that Russia is continuing its aggression against Ukraine. Hard to believe that Ukrainians are going through another winter under the continuous attacks by Russia, which does not hesitate to target the country's vital infrastructure to undermine the morale of the population. But here we are, together, looking forward to a better future. And I would like to emphasize that, obviously, the organization of this forum and its forward-looking team is a proof of the incredible resilience of Ukraine and its courageous people. I was in Kyiv exactly 1 year ago, almost day to day, and I was able to see the destruction that is being carried out against the country's heritage. Last week, I invited the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs, my friend and colleague Dmytro Kuleba, to address our diplomats during our diplomatic days. And he reminded me that, unfortunately, some Belgian heritage in the city of Lysychansk has been destroyed by the invader. But against, here we are, ready to continue our efforts to rebuild Ukraine together, yet before the end of the war, we are ready. Because these efforts will be an important element of the path to victory. Among other things, it underpins the economic resilience, energy security, and physical safety of Ukraine and its people. It creates the conditions for the return of refugees and internally displaced persons to their homes in liberated territories. And it puts Ukraine on the path to European integration. Reconstruction is much more than rebuilding what has been destroyed. This is something we know very well in Belgium, by the way. Our country was in the past a theater of many wars. Our cities were destroyed. Museums, libraries were looted, if not set on fire. Forests disappeared and agricultural fields were full of bombs, craters, trenches, and exploded ordnance. Many places that you can visit today in Belgium are actually the result of reconstruction efforts. Of course, there were different visions on how to reconstruct our country. Traditionalists wanted to rebuild the cities as they were before. Modernists wished to use this opportunity to try out new styles. And in the end, a combination of both visions contributed to the unique mixture of styles we can now observe in many places here. Some things stayed the same, but many things changed. Our history tells us that reconstructions offers the chance of to debate our visions for our cities, our wishes for their inhabitants, and for our cultural heritage. It gives opportunities for creativity and innovation. The debate on the vision for a rebuilt Ukraine is now going on. It began in Ukraine. It will begin in Ukraine very soon after Russia started its full-scale invasion. It continued together with Ukraine's many partners during the international conferences of Lugano and London and in other national and international fora. It is at the center of the Ukraine plan, the plan of reforms and investment that is currently being designed and which will be supported by the European Union through the Future of Ukraine facility. And we expect to start work in the implementation of this during our presidency of the EU Council in the first semester of 2024. Aside from planning and preparation, the reconstruction is already taking place with an enormous amount of work done on critical infrastructure, housing, and much more. And I would like to commend the courage of the Ukrainian people who are working in extremely difficult conditions due to the ongoing war attacks. We stand by their side and we will continue to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, next to our military support, Belgium has so far allocated more than 136 million euro in civilian support to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. With these funds, we have been involved in several projects, already tackling the issue of resilience and reconstruction, for instance, hospitals located on the front line, water pipes, sanitary facilities, and heating system, especially in schools. And we are also active in the area of demining, which will be a prerequisite for any viable reconstruction efforts. We directly also support NGO projects to renovate schools and nurseries in the Sumy and Kyiv regions and equip them with shelters. And Belgium is also helping improve the condition for mental health for people who suffer from war trauma. We are also active in some niche projects that are very important. For example, we have helped with the digitalization of the archives of the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. No less than 66,000 documents, including a number of bilateral treaties, have that way been protected from possible destruction during the war. The preservation of the Ukrainian heritage and cultural identity is also an issue that is very close to my heart. I will never forget the empty museum I visited during my visit to Kyiv last year. The art collection had been removed to prevent potential looting and destruction, and I'm therefore pleased that we are helping the Ministry of Culture to protect Ukrainian artwork by ensuring safe storage places. During President Zelensky's visit to Brussels last month, new support measures were also announced. A new Ukraine funds of 1.6 billion euros will ensure that our support remains strong in the future for the purchase of military equipment as well as for the financing of humanitarian aid and of the reconstruction of the most affected regions. Belgian companies are also eager to make their contribution to the reconstruction of Ukraine, in partnership, of course, with their Ukrainian counterparts. Our countries both have a rich and innovative landscape of small and medium-sized businesses, and I'm convinced that there is exceptional potential for collaboration there. We are studying the right measures to support the private sector to get actively involved in the reconstructions, and this includes work on supplying the right guarantees and insurance, but also on helping companies find their way to the right partners. Today's forum is already a fantastic opportunity for this. To conclude, let me tell you that I'm confident that Ukraine will successfully bridge its past with its future thanks to its reconstruction. I already look forward to visiting the rebuilt cities of Ukraine, and I'm eager to see what your visions of a revived Greater Kyiv region will look like, with hopefully some Belgian touches of Belgitude, as we say in French, as they were once in the city of Lysychansk. Slavia Ukraine, long life to Ukraine. I thank you very much.
Today, it is our privilege to welcome a distinguished leader who understands the importance of safeguarding a country's security for a prosperous future. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Ludivine de Dender, Minister of Defense of Belgium. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to pay my deepest respects to the organizers of this first Kyiv Investment Forum in Brussels and to the Ukrainian authorities for the battles they fight on a daily basis. This forum is yet another sign of the resilience shown by the Ukrainian people, which commands respect. Through this initiative and the opening of such a space for inclusive and constructive dialogue, Ukraine is courageously tackling the crucial issue of the aftermath and reconstruction, while continuing to wage war on the ground, in the cold, to reclaim the territories that have been invaded by Russian forces for over 20 months. In fact, since the start of the war, you have been continuing an effort that began nearly 10 years ago to put an end to the occupation of your territory and the annexation of Crimea. I would also like to thank the City of Brussels and Mayor Philippe Claus for taking this initiative with his counterpart, Vitaly Klitschko, the Mayor of Kyiv. As a Belgian Defense Minister, I cannot open this forum without once again denouncing in the strongest possible terms this unilateral war waged by Russia for more than 600 days now, and its repercussions for regional and global security, but also on Europe's doorstep in our immediate geographical environment. With Russia's open war against Ukraine, our continent is facing new geopolitical uncertainties. Faced with a rapidly changing world, this war raises many concrete questions for the international community. But it is undoubtedly even more revealing of the structural challenges of our time. In recent weeks, with the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel, we have also seen unprecedented levels of tension in the Middle East, with potential regional and international repercussions. In Ukraine, as in the Middle East, there are too many civilian victims to be deplored. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of respecting international resolutions and conventions, particularly those relating to international humanitarian law and the absolute need to spare civilians. This appeal is not wishful thinking or empty pleading. It must be clear that this is the basis of our position. All international law, nothing but international law everywhere, whether in Israel, Palestine, or Ukraine. With the war in Ukraine set to last for some time, it has become vitally important to strengthen Europe's industrial production capabilities in the interest of greater strategic autonomy. In all these areas, the role of governments is crucial because of its capacity to mobilize resources in ways that complement each other. Europe must become more geopolitical. Some people probably choose that economic interdependence was the best guarantee of making the use of force unnecessary, if not illusory. developments over the last few months have shown us that this reasoning is not followed by everyone. And of course, cooperation must remain our objective. But without illusion or resignation, we must consider that our security also requires reinvestment in a defense capability that is sufficiently robust to act as a deterrent, and if necessary, sufficiently resilient to support a war effort if required. In terms of defense, stockpile renewal, interoperability, and military mobility are all part of the urgent need to reorganize the tools of a common European defense. I often say that there can be no military power without a strong economy. Reindustrialization and innovation are therefore essential factors in our ability as Europeans to ensure our long-term security in both the military and civilian spheres. The industrial dependence we have developed over the last 20 years is now proving to be our greatest weakness. We knew this before the war in Ukraine, and we are seeing it even more acutely today when we have to provide aid to Ukraine to support its defense or replenish our own stocks of ammunition. Over the next few years, it is clear that our major challenge will be to continue the effort to rebuild our defense capabilities so that we can act more autonomously if necessary to protect our continent. I see this as a real opportunity for cooperation between our companies, particularly in strengthening capability gaps and priority niches. So we need to strengthen our common base if we are to have a genuine European strategy and autonomy. In this context, cooperation remains the best way of tackling common challenges together. This is why, dear colleagues, complementarity is without doubt the key word in Belgian military aid to Ukraine. When we help the Ukrainians to defend themselves, it is always in complementarity with what our partners and allies are doing. That's what European defense is all about. If we want to be stronger together to protect ourselves, we need to invest in a fair and balanced way. With regard to the aid we have provided to Ukraine since the beginning of the conflict, I would like to reaffirm our support at the political, humanitarian, and military levels. Belgian defense's men, the nation efforts at the moment are focused on the delivery of armored personnel carriers, ground-to-air missiles for better defense against air threats, particularly drones, light weapons and ammunition for assault rifles, combat uniforms and equipment for crossing Russian lines on the Eastern Front. On the medical and humanitarian front, we welcomed 5 Ukrainian servicemen to the Queen Astrid Hospital where they were able to undergo treatment following severe burns sustained during fighting. We are currently preparing to admit a second group of wounded. In addition, under the aegis of the International Criminal Court, a detachment of the Belgian military police is currently conducting forensic investigations into war crimes in Ukraine until the end of November. As far as training the Ukrainian army is concerned, Belgian defense is actively participating in the European Human Mission. Several training activities are still underway this autumn, including mine clearance training, infantry soldier training, light anti-tank training, and medical training. in all areas of cooperation, Belgium is always trying to distinguish itself by the added value it can bring, in addition to other partner contributions, to strengthen the current capabilities of the Ukrainian army and modernize it to enable it to defend itself in the longer term. For example, in collaboration with the Netherlands, Belgium is currently offering training courses in maritime demining. The aim is to help Ukraine so that they can develop a naval mine hunting capability and ultimately to deliver mine hunters. Belgium is also fully committed to the F-16 coalition by supporting the operationalization of the training center in Denmark. A training program is underway with the requalification of former F-16 pilots and mission planners who will serve as instructors. Belgian Defense is currently deploying an instructor, a mission planner, and a technician to support the training of Ukrainian pilots and ground personnel. This major contribution will continue next year with the deployment of 2 F-16 and around 50 military personnel composed of instructor pilots, ground staff, and technical personnel to support the training program. To strengthen its air defense capability, Belgium will also supply some F-16 to the Ukrainian armed force with the support of its industrial base to provide the necessary maintenance support. Dear colleagues, you should know that the Belgian industrial base is and will remain mobilized to support Ukraine in its efforts to modernize its armed forces in the short and long term. Defense is firmly committed to this integrated approach aimed at providing Ukraine with long-term guarantees for its security. In conclusion, I would like to express my deepest respect for the Ukrainian people, who have shown such courage and exemplarity since the beginning of this real aggression that we can only admire them. Belgium will continue to resolutely support this international effort to help Ukraine defend its territorial integrity and the values of democracy. But it will not do so alone. Together with our European partners, we will analyze what new measures are needed to ensure better and continuous supplies. The next contact group in support of Ukraine, which today brings together more than 50 countries and which will meet on 22 November, will once again be an opportunity for Belgium and its defense to illustrate its long-term support for Ukraine. We have learned from history that the greatest common denominator must always prevail over the individual interests of states. Belgium will not fail to remind you of this and to implement it during its presidency of the Council of the European Union next year, during which aid to Ukraine will be a catalyst in our discussions and at the heart of our concerns. Thank you for your attention.
The next one, we have the honor of welcoming a leader who understands the importance of strong regional ties in building a resilient nation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Ans Persoons, State Secretary of the Brussels Capital Region.
Thank you. Dear guests, the ministers, the mayors, it's a pleasure and honor to be here today on the 8th edition of the Kyiv Investment Forum, the second one hosted in Brussels. I'm not telling you anything new when I say that there's been a less international and media attention for Ukraine since the escalation of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. And while we can understand this shift in focus, it doesn't mean that Russia has calmed down or that the effects of war in Ukraine are any less devastating. Only a few days ago, I think it was on the 11th of November, there was a ballistic missile that was fired on Kyiv, and it was the first attack on the capital since 1 month and a half. And I think winter is coming. There's still the threat of new attacks, new Russian attacks on the energy infrastructure, and it goes without saying that Ukraine still needs ours, Belgium, and the international support. Russia has always been focusing on energy infrastructure, and I think our companies also have a role to play in that. We have our Brussels companies, and particularly those that are active in the energy and the construction sector, can provide the necessary expertise and innovation to ensure the resilient and sustainable revival of Kyiv and Ukraine. As a Brussels State Secretary in charge of urban planning and heritage, I would also like to empathize that each armed conflict has a catastrophical effect, a long-term impact on development and planning. Which every destroyed or damaged infrastructure, it is indeed the entire ecology of the city that becomes degraded and eventually unable to sustain life. The damage is thus much more than the sum of individual attacks on different infrastructures. And I would also like to highlight the work of UNESCO that is assessing all the damage that's been done to cultural properties in Ukraine. And since the invasion of Russia, they have already confirmed the damage to 327 cultural sites in Ukraine. And support in safeguarding Ukrainian cultural and heritage sites must also be maintained. And the reconstruction and revival and recovery will take decades, and we will need both the public and the private sector to fund this reconstruction. And therefore, I welcome the European Commission's recommendations to open the accession negotiations with Ukraine, because I'm sure that welcoming Ukraine in the European family will benefit all of us. And negotiations will take a long time, but Brussels, the city, the region, its people, its companies are already great friends of Kyiv. And let us use this gathering to strengthen this collaboration and to rebuild Kyiv and Ukraine. Slava Ukraine. Thank you.
I'm honored to invite and give the floor the Mayor of Brussels, Monsieur Philippe Closet.
Thank you. Dear guests, distinguished Mr. Commissioner, dear Didier, esteemed Minister of Belgian Government, dear Ludivine, and Nadja, Madam State Secretary, dear aunts, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, mayors and city representatives, esteemed Ukrainian delegation, dear Vitaly, ladies and gentlemen, Shanovni Druzi. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Brussels City Hall for the inauguration with my colleague Vitaly at the second edition of the Kyiv Investment Forum, which we proudly host in the capital of Europe Union, in close cooperation with our friends from Kyiv. 1 year ago, when we gathered here in this Gothic hall for the first time, we have established firm ties of friendship and cooperation between our two capitals as a response to the unjustified war that Russia started against Ukraine in February 2022. The war that affected European and world security system and changed the global landscape like we have never seen it since 1945. Exactly 631 days have passed since Ukraine has been invaded changing the geopolitical reality we are living in. Almost 2 years since Ukrainian people have started their fight for the right to live in freedom, democracy, and in European family where they belong to. Our goal was and remains to help our Ukrainian partners to resist this aggression and provide them with support required to deal with the devastating consequences of this ongoing aggression. I am happy that the City of Brussels created a platform for the Kyiv Investment Forum. We created this as we were convinced we could offer the capital of Ukraine a platform at the heart of Europe to invite leaders of opinion and decision makers to elaborate its new concept vision where the big city goes, what will be its direction, how not to lose the path under war circumstances and daily bombardments. Together, with such respectful guests and experts that came here today, we are perfectly aware of the gravity of the situation in Ukraine. All this time, Belgium and many countries and many cities of the world are helping it to approach the victory. That is why our forum has to be about tomorrow, not only the present. It's about the future of Kyiv, about how to have this future for Kyiv, for Ukraine, and for us. When Vitaly Klitschko traveled to Brussels this August, we talked about the power of local governance, its ability to improve people's lives and to give a quick response to the needs of citizens during difficult crisis time. City-to-city cooperation, as we talk with my friends of the Île-de-France, is the key element of the global European and international assistance to Ukraine, because this type of interaction is always targeted, socially oriented, and concrete. Kyiv became not only the largest hosting hub for thousands of Ukrainian entirely displaced persons who fled the war by seeking of safe shelter. Kyiv remains a strategic target for the aggressor because it symbolizes the heart of Ukraine and its unbreakable spirit, which I have personally felt during my visit to Kyiv in May this year. I am proud to be the mayor of the city which responded among the first at the very beginning of the war, and 20 months after, we continue our cooperation and accomplish concrete and positive results that impact those who need it most. Brussels realized many projects together with Mayor Klitschko and his effective team, improving our intercity cooperation and public-private humanitarian partnership. Since our last forum, Brussels delegation visited Kyiv several times to deliver concrete medical and technical aid for the clinical hospital number 6, which I have also visited personally. This institution is unique in the sphere of physical rehabilitation of people who lost their members, who have been seriously wounded or traumatized during the war. Led by the team of dedicated specialists, these hospitals became our direct partner, whom we will continue to support as much as we can. We're building bridges among cities' medical staff to improve the quality of rehabilitation and exchange best practices. Recently, Brussels medical personnel and Kyiv rehabilitation team have conducted reciprocal visits and participated into working process of each other. In this context, I'd like to deeply thank Mr. Philippe Leroy of CHU Saint-Pierre, this hospital's foundation, and Solvay Company Corporation, without whom such partnership wouldn't be possible. Brussels also actively supports Kyiv in the sphere of protection of the national cultural heritage, as my colleague Hans have to say it. We were happy to grant financial support to the Ivan Onchar Museum of Folk Art to purchase professional equipment for climate control for the museum fund, to save these priceless historic works of art. Ukrainian museum hide them underground to protect against unexpected rocket attacks. However, till now, those spaces underground were not designed to preserve this cultural heritage. Promoting Ukrainian culture also here in Brussels in also our way to show solidarity and support I'm glad to welcome today among us Michel and Nicole Feldman, young and talented Ukrainian artists who are becoming an integral part of Brussels art community, especially after the beautiful mural painting that they painted on the wall of the CHU Saint-Pierre. We have established a good relation with Promote Ukraine, the largest civil society organization of the Ukrainian in Belgium, because of the generous philanthropy support of the big Belgian company, AG Real Estate. We have managed to provide an office in the city center for the team in 2022. Last year, the city of Brussels granted chalet during Plaisir d'Hiver or Christmas market, the special day for us because Vitaly Klitschko is in Brussels, and also at the same time, the Christmas tree of Brussels arrived at the Grand Place, these two big events for Brussels. And during these Christmas markets, which became an attractive element with the chalet of the Ukrainian people to helping Ukrainian volunteers. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, many things we have done jointly and persistently, but still there are many areas where we have to unite our efforts to help our Ukrainian friends to approach the day when peace will prevail and the victory will come. We should stay alert, not get used to this war and continue to act collectively and individually to bring peace to Ukraine and Kyiv. I assure you, dear Vitaly, that Brussels will remain your reliable friend and partner as long as it takes, and not only Brussels, a lot of cities of Europe. Many thanks to the representation of the business community who accept our invitation. Your engagement for infrastructure and reconstruction of Kyiv is a fuel of change. By concluding, I'd like to thank all of you for being part of the forum. Your contribution matters. Your ideas will offer perspectives. With our common support, this perspective can bring concrete results. I express my sincere gratitude for everyone who made this event possible, International Relations Team of Kyiv and Brussels, College of Europe and Promote Ukraine for inviting volunteers, Impact Force and all our official partners who contributed to our today's interesting expert discussion. Also, a last word for and gratitude for two artists, Chris Christoffels and José Roland, two prominent Belgian artists for their personal contribution to our forum. An artistic integration which you will see at the end of our event, Peace Please, film granted by Chris and José as a sign of their solidarity with Ukraine. And also like a symbol, this film speaks about also the saint who protect the city, the two cities. It's the same saint. I talked to my friend Michael from the ambassador of the United States, that we have the same saint. Not only Michael from the US embassy, but the Michael from Ukraine, the Saint Michael is the same Saint Michael that in the Tower Hall of the city of Brussels is maybe a signal. And thank you to be there. It's so important to continue to support our friends because together we build the future of Europe. Thank you very much.
It's my honor to welcome on the stage the mayor of Kyiv, who will share with us his vision on what's next for Ukrainian capital. Vitaly Klitschko.
Good morning, dear friends. Great to be here in Brussels. Dear ambassadors, dear ministers, dear officials, dear my friend, Mayor of Brussels, Philip Klose. I call every one of you friends of Ukraine. Great to see you here in Brussels, in Western Forum. I want to say, sorry, Philip. I know how many energy you invest to organize this event. I know how deep in your heart everything what happens in Ukraine. Last year, Just a couple of days before the forum, I canceled my trip to Kyiv Investment Forum in Brussels because my citizens not understand when Russian missiles and kamikaze drones destroyed the city, people died in the city in the fire. And that's why, sorry, I canceled. I know you was very upset, but I hope you understand. I can't participate in the last investment forum, but today I want to say thank you very much for our friends who support Ukraine, because right now we have modern anti-missile system and our lives of our citizens much more protect. And I have a chance to be here in Brussels. Kyiv, first of all, everyone have to understand the reason of this senseless war. We, Ukrainians want to be the part of European family. We want to build modern, democratic country. We have a vision for freedom. We have a vision to be the part of European family and build successful story of successful country with a ground democracy. But our vision not share the Russian president. They told, you want to be a part of the European family? We never accept that. You Ukrainians always was a part of Russian Empire. As a reason of the war. We're fighting right now for our future. We're defending our homes and our chance to build democracy in Ukraine. It's a huge challenge for our homeland. It's a big tragedy. Thousand people killed. Million refugees everywhere in our homeland and outside of the country. But we surprise whole world. A lot of experts give to us a couple of days or maybe a couple of weeks, but we successfully we defend almost 2 years our homeland against the strongest and biggest army in the world, Russian army. And we surprised whole world with our wish to be and fight for our independence, for our freedom. And right now in Ukraine, from Ukraine depend not just future of Ukraine, a future of Europe, because the Russian Federation, Putin destroyed all European, all world laws. What happens in Ukraine? It's not a special operation. What happens in Ukraine is not the war. Every one of you can explain ways the reason destroyed the critical infrastructure of city. Whole world was shocked from the pictures from Bucha, where killed women, children, old people. Where is the reason to let people last winter freezing without heating, electricity, water? It's not a special operation. It's not a war. It's terrorism. It's genocide. Putin needs our country. Putin needs property, but he don't need us, Ukrainians. And that's why I want to say thank you very much for everyone who supports Ukraine. Thank you very much for everyone who helped Ukraine. our spirit is strong, but we need the help. And without your help, without your assistance, it will be very difficult to survive. I want to say thank you very much for everyone, for humanitarian help. Thank you very much for everyone who sent the buses, ambulances, generators, forever cars, the defensive weapons. Defensive, because we defend our homeland. Ukraine was always peaceful country where live peaceful people. More than 70 nations. And what happens right now with crazy idea of Putin to rebuild the Soviet Empire is big tragedy. Almost 9 million people right now outside of the country, and we want to say thank you very much for your energy. You take our people and give the chance to live in Europe outside, but our main challenge right after the war to bring the people back. It's the next step. But also, here in Investment Forum is one of the very important points how we bring the people back. We're talking about that a little bit later. One more time, thank you for support Ukraine. And one of the very important point, Kyiv Investment Forum. Investment, it's not just money in the country. Investment, it's also the jobs. Investment, also the economy, the taxes. Investment is development. And we're talking not just about Kyiv. You know why? Because every villages, every city looking to the Kyiv. What happens in Kyiv? Kyiv, it's not just capital of the country, it's the heart of the country. And that's why we give the example to whole country. If we're talking right now about investment forum, Kyiv, we're talking about whole Ukraine. The all changes, all development starting in the heart of the country. And that's why it's also very important to do that. Ukraine have huge potential. Ukraine not just one of the biggest country in Europe, also the country with huge potential, richest country. After the Iron Curtain 1991, everyone have a dream to build the modern European country, and we see the examples of Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, former Soviet bloc. They choose European model of development, and right now they already part of Europe. And to be honest, we're a little bit jealous to see how great development in these countries, in these European countries, and we give the question why the Polish people can do that. Czech, Slovakia, and other countries make huge progress, and we're stuck. It's very important to do it exactly the same way. Learn from success, learn also from mistakes, and do it exactly the same way to develop our homeland. Ukraine have huge potential, and we stuck, and that's why to invest to Ukraine, to invest to Kyiv, it's very attractive in many ways. I give you I have 1,000 examples. I give you just one example, very interesting examples. Maybe not everyone know about that, but you will be surprised. If you don't believe me, you can Google it. Ukraine, 0.5% of whole territory in the world. 0.5%. 36% of world reserve of black soil in Ukraine. 0.5% whole territory in the world, 36% world reserve of black soil. Okay, after these numbers, you go to the country, deep in the country, and you will be surprised how poor live the people in the richest property in the world. Something wrong. We need know-how. We need investment. We need the new rules, and we need development. And many, many, many ways. I have exactly the same examples as this one. Regarding Kyiv, we listen right now about development. We have rebuilt the country, Marshall Plan for the country. Yes, of course, first of all, rebuild the country is mean they make a reform. We do it already, a lot of reform in our hometown. Against corruption, to make everything transparent, everything understandable, and very effective. And you know what? Without your assistance, it will be difficult to do that. And that's why we very appreciate to work with our partner, to learn from your examples, from your experience, from your success story. Ukraine have huge potential. Ukraine have a lot of points for development for business. And business, for me as politician, investment for me as politician is a very important point, because money, jobs, taxes, development of the city. And I know how important that. And that's why I present myself for every business, for every investment, what you're doing in our hometown, my function as bodyguard. I am bodyguard for your investment. I know how important that for my homeland, for my hometown, and that's why you can count on me. It's very important. And also, yes, of course, everyone think, yeah, invest to the country, which actually middle in the war is huge risk. Yes, it's risk, but we give the opportunities, and thank you for your activities right now. If you come to Kyiv, you have many people surprised, because we live in from the pictures and peaceful atmosphere, business work. We support the business, give the business chances, less taxes, because we support everyone. We understand how important that. And in Kyiv right now, also thank you for anti-missile systems. Thank you for support of Ukraine. Peaceful atmosphere. Yes, of course, sometimes we listen alarm, but we hope everyone. The next year will be a successful year for Ukraine, and year when peace coming back to our homeland. We do it everything for that. And also, I want to say thank you very much for everyone who support Ukraine. Thank you very much for to be here in Brussels, present the projects. We have a lot of discussion about many points, and I don't want to take a lot of time. Today was a lot of speakers, and great to be here. Great to talk to you. Great to develop together the ideas. Great to invest to Ukraine, because Ukraine have huge potential, and we have to use this potential for success of Ukraine and for your success. And some saying. You are so strong as strong your friend. Europe needs strong Ukraine. With strong Ukraine will be strong Europe. And we stay together and unity around Ukraine is a key for peace and freedom and stability in whole Europe. And that's why, thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for everything what you're doing. Welcome to Kyiv. Welcome to Ukraine. Invest to our hometown. Invest to Ukraine. And Ukraine, bring the peace back. Ukraine present great opportunities for business, and Ukraine the part of European family we're fighting for. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Let every idea shared, every connection made, and every partnership forged bring us closer towards our joint vision of peace, prosperity, sustainability, and inclusion. And please welcome to the stage the moderator to our next panel discussion on the city-to-city cooperation, Nina Livchuk, the co-founder of Impact Force. Please welcome. Please welcome. Please. Please put.
Can you please put my mic on, if possible? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We're just about to start our next panel. Thank you very much. In 20 months of Russian full-scale war against Ukraine, the world has united as never before to resist Russian aggression. Hundreds of cities have stepped up to support Ukraine communities. Horizontal international relations at the city-to-city and community-to-community levels prove to be effective in a situation where there may be delays at the central levels. City-to-city cooperation that we're speaking today allows communities and cities to address specific and urgent needs while acting independently and, most important, reactively. City supporters have been providing humanitarian aid, assistance in reconstruction, shelter for Ukrainians, and treatment of those who were affected by war. There are a lot of projects, different in scale, different in impact, different in size, and every project is needed and welcomed. Today, we are going to discuss what has already been done, what the best practices of city-to-city cooperation, and how cities address challenges when working together. The shelling to Ukrainian territory by the aggressor country does not stop. In early September, Kyiv School of Economy researchers documented, think about this number, 151.2 billion in damage to Ukraine infrastructure due to Russian strikes. The issue of reconstruction are becoming more urgent every day. Even now, while the war is still ongoing, some communities have begun to rebuild. So reconstruction is already starting and it's already happening. But it's very important that this process is transparent and accountable in order to get consistent and sustainable support via city-to-city cooperation. Our esteemed panelists that I will welcome on the stage in a minute will share their vision on how to make city-to-city ties and support even more effective and tailored. The next 60 minutes will be intense, but I hope very informative for every participant here. We'll explore how the war has changed city-to-city cooperation and what new senses it has given to us. I would like now to welcome our esteemed panelists to the stage. First, I would like to welcome Philippe Closet, Mayor of City Brussels. Please join us. Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv, please join us. As well, I would like to welcome on the stage Patrick Ollier, President of the Metropolis of Greater Paris. Please join us. Jasmine Adamovich, Chairman of Sarajevo City Council. Please join us. I believe she will join us in a minute. Daniel Sazonov, Deputy Mayor of Helsinki. Please join us. Linda Azola, Deputy Mayor of Riga. Please, welcome on the stage. Please, take a center seat. Thank you so much. Anuela Ristani, Deputy Mayor of Tirana, will join us in a... Please, welcome. Pau Salanila, Commissioner of International Relations and City Promotion of Barcelona City Council. Please join us on stage. And the last, but definitely not least, Marlena Rosemary Madsen, Deputy Director of Ukraine Service. Please. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's my pleasure as well to see here representative of the cities who signed last year a memorandum. And therefore, I would like actually to start with those cities to open this discussion. I would like to start my first question to Mr. Daniel Sazonov. Helsinki made a serious commitment to work with Kyiv last year. Can you please run us through the projects? What was particular steps taken and what should we expect next? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you really much for inviting us today. Thank you to mayors for organizing this event. It's a really pleasure to be here, and I really like the fact that this is the second Kyiv Investment Forum, that it really underlines that the steps have been taken and steps are to be taken forward to achieve new goals. I think the most important thing is that we're still, as we have heard in the keynote speeches, the war is going on, the aggression is going on. It's still about survival. But it's not just about the survival, it's also about looking forward and finding more ways of cooperation than just, if we call it classical aid type of cooperation, finding ways of strengthening the administration, strengthening the work, strengthening the rebuilding, reconstruction efforts. And I shared two examples because one is important for Helsinki and one is important, of course, for Kyiv, because I think that it's also always has to be both ways. The cooperation is about both ways beneficial things. For Helsinki, it has been really important to learn from Kyiv, from other Ukrainian cities about the current situation. Yesterday, I arrived in Brussels directly from the City Council meeting that adopted our new rescue plan, which is also about civil defense. And our sector have had possibility to work with experts from Ukraine to bring concrete example and useful lessons learned to our own plan of civil defense and rescue services. And one example, another way is that our specialists in Helsinki have worked with the people from Kyiv, have supported them, advised them in Kyiv creating its new data strategy. And I've understood that that has been at least a fruitful start of a path where our administration can give some concrete value-added support to the city of Kyiv and to the different Ukrainian cities.
What current roadblocks do you see, and what future opportunities do you see of continuation of collaboration?
I think that as I mentioned, it always there has to be value added. I think that when I listen to the mayors and when I listen to the Klitschko, it's important that the actions we take bring some concrete, useful things. It's not just about the memorandums. It's not about symbolics. I am sure that there is like a lot of international delegations coming, cities coming to see, to feel, to understand what's going on in Kyiv and the Ukraine. But I hope that in all cooperation, at least we from side of Helsinki do with Kyiv and other European cities, we can always bring something concrete and add some value. Another important thing where I see actually new fruitful openings is the exchange between citizens, people-to-people exchange. I myself have met several groups of young people coming from different parts of Ukraine to Helsinki, to our capital region, performing Ukrainian arts, bringing the civil society also into discussion. Not just discussion and working between the administrations, but within the civil societies, between people of Ukraine, people of Finland, citizens of our cities. And I think that, as in speech we heard, it's a world full of tensions, and it's always, it might be from time to time to keep people attentions on even as important issues as the supporting Ukraine and fighting against the Russian aggression. And I think that especially at the city level, we can find a mutual understanding, or strengthen the mutual understanding, and strengthen also citizens' understanding of the importance of the continuing support. And that's something that cannot actually be achieved on working just between the national governments or even between the regional governments, but it needs work between cities, municipalities that are closest to the people.
Thank you so much. Citizen support of all Europe nations is very important for us. Thank you for sharing your support and your commitments. I would like to move further with Mr. Patrick Ollier. Mayor Hidalgo, that we actually had a pleasure to welcome last year here. She definitely was a champion of collaboration between such cities like Paris and Kyiv. Can you share with us what the experience was for the last year and what concrete steps was happening since last year Ms. Hidalgo actually signed the Memorandum of Understanding and Partnership?
Thank you very much. I want to speak French, I'm sorry.
Absolutely, please.
Monsieur le maire, cher Vitaly Klitschko, Monsieur le maire de Bruxelles, cher Philippe, messieurs et mesdames les élus, je suis très heureux en tant que président de la métropole Grand Paris d'être présent ici avec un vice-président qui est ici présent, monsieur Boulard, pour apporter un soutien effectif et concret à la ville de Kiev. Je vais dire comment on organise le soutien. L'Europe est organisée pour aider l'Ukraine. Et ça marche très bien. Merci. Les États sont organisés pour aider l'Ukraine et chacun fait des efforts énormes. Le problème, pour moi, c'est l'organisation des relations locales des différentes villes, des différentes métropoles pour apporter un soutien à Kiev.
Dear all, thank you for everything. We are convinced that we have taken that the collaboration between all cities is going well, and thank you for that, because you all play a part in that. The metropolis of Paris is actually worried and looking forward to bring more local collaboration in more concrete steps, as Deputy Mayor of Helsinki said, in order to put more emphasis on the concrete projects.
Madame Hidalgo ne peut pas être là aujourd'hui, mais elle est ma vice-présidente à la métropole du Grand Paris et elle soutient l'action que nous menons. Je pense qu'en dehors de l'action de l'Europe, des États et l'action des entreprises pour reconstruire l'Ukraine, mais pour aider Kyiv, il faudrait que nous soyons capables, les villes, j'ai entendu monsieur le maire d'Helsinki parler, de s'organiser entre villes pour créer un comité, une task force pour globaliser l'action locale afin de choisir les projets qui intéressent Vitaly Klitschko à Kyiv et globaliser nos actions sur ces projets. Parce que nous avons tous des actions pour aider Kyiv dans différentes directions.
Mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, cannot be here today. But she's my vice president and she fully supports the project I'm about to present, which is that we regret that action is only happening on the European, states and company levels. And us as cities and metropolitan areas, we should probably unite under some committee or task force in order to select, choose and develop the projects and coordinate in order to foster all projects that really interest the Kyiv metropolitan area and the mayor of Kyiv in order to have a more coordinated impact.
Oui, pour conclure, c'est le maire de Kyiv qui doit décider là où on peut ensemble mieux l'aider. Et si nous globalisons nos aides, tous les maires qui veulent aider Kyiv, sur des sujets choisis par Vitaly à Kyiv, nous serons beaucoup plus efficaces et beaucoup plus concrets. La métropole du Grand Paris aide à construire une passerelle à Kyiv parce que Vitaly Klitschko nous a demandé de le faire. Mais ça serait plus important que tous ensemble on aide à la construction de cette passerelle ou à un autre projet lorsqu'on aura identifié, à la demande du maire de Kyiv, les projets qu'on doit aider. Et cette organisation, il faut la mettre en place plutôt que d'avoir des aides dispersées sans coordination.
We firmly believe that it is up to Kyiv's mayor to indicate in which areas us metropolises and cities have to focus. And we are very happy that we had the occasion to help on the construction of a bridge in Kyiv. And we are convinced that it should be easier and more efficient if the Kyiv municipality is able to identify where we should work so that we can work together.
I hope that we can organize this global assistance for Kyiv, if you want, and you have to choose where we can put our money in your projects. It's more easy. And if you want, we can organize this task force today, if you want. I am okay for this.
Thank you so much, and thank you for proposing concrete next steps, so organizing task force. Thank you for your offering. The city of Riga and Kyiv have a long-standing relationship, and last year, a representative of city of Riga actually signed a memorandum, right? Ms. Linda Zola, can you please share with us how did it go since the last year, what action was actually taking, and even more important, how the process since this last year can be more efficient to allow even more support from your side?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the given floor. Thank you, Mr. Closet, for the very kind welcome here to Brussels for the second year in a row. And before I answer your question, when I listened to the introductory remarks from our President of the European Commission, Madame von der Leyen, and also the Mr. Commissioner Reinders, I was really proud, actually. I'm really proud that I'm representing a city which is the capital of a country, which is a member of the European Union, which Ukraine will be, and I'm sure it will be a member of the European one day. I'm proud of this unwavering support from our highest management of our continent to support Ukraine's victory and defeat of the terrorist state of Russia. When looking back at what Latvia and Riga has done, of course, we stay also unwavering supporters of Ukraine from day one of this war and even before. And we continue to do so. if I have to pick up some elements which I think are the most important, you mentioned, or your colleague, about those billions of euros that Ukraine has lost now because of this war. So money is always kind of the easiest part, actually. And Europe and European institutions, also in the panels to come, will talk about that and the money that will be given. But human resources is the key to successful investment of the money. Without people, nothing can be done. Without people, we can't build a strong Europe based on values. And also, the Mayor Klitschko mentioned that, this role of your people. So, in addition to all the practical support that we have done also this year, I think a very important novelty is the city-to-city partnership, where we exchange our experience. If we talk about the Baltic countries, when we regained independence back in 1990, we also had a vision of becoming members of the European Union. Not necessarily that we were ready on day one for that, and we are very grateful for the city-to-city cooperation, actually, that was offered to us by our neighbors in the Northern Europe, all the Scandinavian and Nordic countries. This partnership, which was in a great extent supported by the taxpayers of the Nordic countries, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, but also European funding. It gave us a possibility to learn how Europe functions, how we are expected to function, to behave, to run our country and city, if we want to be members of the European Union. And I think we should not underestimate that. Now we are fully fledged members, and we are ready to bring our experience on. We are ready to share it on. Like we have received the support to become fully fledged members. We want to help now our friends in Ukraine to do so. And as we speak, for example, we have also people from another city, not Kyiv, the city of Nizhyn, and city administration who are in Riga, who will spend several weeks in our city administration to learn how it functions, how it works. And being active members in Eurocities Forum, I'm sure there are many cities who are Eurocities members here, and also Union of the Baltic Cities. So there is a lot of financing available for this city-to-city partnership and connection between people and learning that we can share. So I think we have to use that. We do that already. I really encourage Ukrainian cities to be active and use this opportunity. And of course, as my colleague from Helsinki mentioned, the internal security issue is a very big thing. Mayor Klitschko also spoke about guarding investments and offering this strong shoulder, which is important. We have to guard our countries. So what we learn and use this opportunity from Ukraine's situation is how to strengthen our internal security. For example, our companies have also put together water purification equipment to help after this dam disaster in Ukraine. But if our companies learn that, they strengthen our internal security as well. We help Ukraine and we strengthen our civil defense systems. I'm really also proud of the dedication of Latvian people. And here I don't speak even about NGOs, but about Latvian people who contribute to Ukrainian armed forces by donating and giving away their SUVs, their cars, just to help your armed forces to fight in the front. We have people who have, for example, put together mobile brigade, mobile equipment set for dentists so that your soldiers in the front can receive this medical help. Well, dentistry is important. Of course, you can't receive it normally in the front. So, and it is sent to Ukraine. But on the other hand, it strengthens also our civil defense and resilience of Latvia and Europe as a whole. So this strong Ukraine will make Europe stronger, and Europe strong is absolutely a thing that I subscribe to.
Huge thank you. Huge thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your support, for proposing to share the best practice on our way to European Union. And thank you so much again for calling out. I wanted to ask about how actually people, right, in Riga still providing and showing the support, and it's very important for us to hear that they're still with us and continue doing that. Thank you very much. I would like to move to Anuela Ristani, and we know that support in Tirana was so strong for Ukraine last year that you even renamed a Russian name Street Free Ukraine. Thank you so much for doing that. What is the ideal partnership with Kyiv look like to you? How do we drive a symbolic relationship between two cities which we believe like really sharing common values?
Thank you so much. So good to be here. Thank you, Mayor, for hosting, and thank you, everybody, for coming. I think we're all converted here into how important it is to work together, right? The street was symbolic, but I really want to talk about non-symbolic stuff, right? Because symbolically, we all agree what's right and what's wrong. Symbolically, we all know that we should support each other. Symbolically, we all understand, and we're all converted. But how does that symbolism, what we feel is right, into practical things? And you mentioned the street, and it's funny that you mentioned it because the street is actually the street in front of the Russian embassy in Tirana, which then forced them to move embassies. So literally they had to evacuate the whole building and find and rent some other place, still unknown for us at this moment, because then, you know, we could name another street, nothing will stop us from doing that. But that is really symbolic. What is practical is very easy. It's something like 30 kids coming from Kyiv in a couple of weeks to Tirana and spending a whole week with Tirana kids. It's simple things like sponsoring a school, which we have done through Eurocities in Kyiv, for example, while it is being rebuilt. And if you think about it, there is nothing easier than city-to-city collaboration. And the reason is simple. Nothing changes in the way you supply water to people, in the way you pave streets, in the way you service nursery and kindergarten schools. People will still need these things, and it doesn't matter if you're Belgian, if you're Albanian, if you're Ukrainian, if you're Spanish. All of these are things we do every day in the cities, right? We all, as administrators, do take care of the same basic services. And what better way to collaborate than having the same job description? I mean, I don't feel that there is any mayor here who doesn't wake up in the morning and doesn't think of sewage and water and transportation and traffic and gets the feedback firsthand from how those things are going. And whether you are a country in distress like Ukraine is, or whether you are a country that has already everything settled and you're a member of the EU, all of that stuff is never going to leave. And so working together on that is one of the simplest things. And I do not agree that a lot has been done among nations and now local administration is the least of the collaborations. I do not. Because right now as we speak, only cities are really working into doing things with each other. And if you look at the world today and how much distress it has and how many conflicts and how many disagreements we have, I do not think that that is the case when we gather together here among cities, in Eurocities or ICLE or other organizations that we've been working on, because it doesn't matter what the political incentives are for certain countries or certain alignments or certain associations. Big politics can be a little bit out of touch. What we do every day, that's very tangible, that's very touchable, and I think that it's the best way to actually concretely, physically, tangibly work with each other and help all Ukrainian cities in their rebuilding. And you did mention that we were instrumental into getting cities together to organize. If you have to rebuild yourself, like we did after our massive earthquake, why not do it right? I mean, the things haven't really been going that well in cities that have had the resources, have had the means, have had the competence, and yet, you know, we still have to suffer with cities that have been built for highways and big men and huge vehicles, and none of that really works. So an opportunity to rebuild yourself is an opportunity to do it right, to do it with the latest technology, with the latest solutions of public mobility, with the latest solutions for people having a livable life. And Mayor Klitschko was very rightfully saying, we need investment, we need businesses to come. But you know what? Businesses will come if people want to live in the city, if people enjoy the city, enjoy its services, and the city is built for people instead of for these big lifeless means of transportation that are our vehicles and you know, all the industrial stuff. If people live and feel comfortable in an urban spaces that we all are responsible to manage, then all investment will come, interest will come, money will come, jobs will come, economy will flow. And I think that we all know how to do that in a way or another, and we have no barriers into sharing. We don't have to sign national treaties to work with each other. We're just one call away. I'm looking at Matush. We're doing schools for streets for kids here in Albania as we're doing in Bratislava as everywhere else. It's just one human contact away. And I think cities do have that, and there's so much more opportunity than just what already has been done so far. Thank you so much.
One human contact away. I
sure.
still would love to continue our discussion. What could be next practical steps to actually strengthen our partnership between our cities?
So one of the things that we are doing is working on the urban planning of the cities that need to be rebuilt, much like, so there is a whole network of really, really good architecture and urban development studios that are working and picking up, adopting actually cities in Ukraine to work on the urban planning of each of the cities. The next step could be, and this is an open invitation, doesn't have to be formally, cities that are part of this alliance or of this contribution can adopt particular projects. We did it through our council. Money went in, money is going to the school. You can do it with all of your councils and with all of your legislations because it's something that is practical and doable, and really it affects people's lives immediately.
Thank you. Thank you for your invitation for collaboration. I actually would like to pass the microphone to your colleague, Mr. Jasmin Adamovich. A very similar question. What the ideal partnership between Sarajevo and Kyiv would look like, and what practical steps you would like to propose to take this year?
First of all, I would like to thank Mayor Klose and Mayor Klitschko for having us here. Also, I would like to send regards from Mayor Benjamina Karic, who was here last year, signed the agreement. As soon as she came back to the city of Sarajevo, the city council anonymously supported, obviously, the agreement. We started thinking what are the ways we could support the city of Kyiv and Ukraine. Obviously, the city of Sarajevo is under the constitution, under our law, it has a very difficult position. It's not as big as the cities that we have here. Also, from the economic standpoint, it doesn't have the size as the cities we have today. But something that we have that is very similar to Kyiv and the country of Ukraine is the fact that we went through one of the worst wars ever happened. Many of you know that city of Sarajevo was under siege for 4 years, a longest siege after the Second World War. So we were thinking, what are the ways the city can help the city of Kyiv and Ukraine? And one of the first things we did is actually start working of sending humanitarian support. Together with our partners, the IFC Emmaus organization, which is one of the strongest humanitarian organizations in Europe, we sent in the month of March humanitarian support. We're working now, very soon in the month of November, we will send another wave of humanitarian support. We are working closely with the Ukrainian government to see what are the exact needs from the Ukrainian people. Another aspect the city of Sarajevo can really help a lot, and while we were thinking what are the ways, is the reconstruction and the rebuilding process. As Mayor Klitschko earlier mentioned, and many of the speakers mentioned it today, the reconstruction process is a long process. It doesn't happen in 2-3 years after the war. Obviously, one of the most important things is first to have peace, because when we have peace, it's much easier to work in the reconstruction process. We work closely with the experts from the city of Sarajevo, from the regional government too, to see what are the ways that the city can help the city of Kyiv. Also, not only the city of Kyiv, but the other cities, as Mayor Klitschko mentioned. Everybody looks to the city of Kyiv. All these other cities that are destroyed, that have struggles on rebuilding, they look at Kyiv. It was the same in Sarajevo, because Sarajevo is the capital city of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and all of the other cities always looked for support from the city of Sarajevo in the reconstruction process. So we are building up an expert team that we will send to Kyiv to work closely with the Kyiv government to express, to deliver all the things that we suffered after the war, to show to Kyiv what are the obstacles we had in the reconstruction phases. Obviously, one of the most important things is urban planning, and this is something I want to emphasize on, that the city of Kyiv doesn't and can't give this jurisdiction to the upper levels of government, because this is what happened to the city of Sarajevo after the war finished. The higher levels of government took most of the jurisdictions from the city, because they said, now we need to rebuild the process, and this is something you can't give to the higher levels. Also, something that is very important, Mayor Klitschko mentioned there are 8 million refugees now in Ukraine. One of the most important things is outside of the Ukraine. One of the most important things, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have 2 million refugees living outside of Bosnia, even now, 30 years after the war. You need to make special plans to bring these refugees back to Ukraine, to give them special help, and we work closely with our Federal Ministry of Social Affairs, because they had special plans for the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to give them some funds to start some small businesses, to give them some funds to bring them back, not only to the city of Sarajevo, but to these other villages, to give them funds to start agricultural businesses, because having people coming back, the refugees coming back, this is something that's going to make the country stronger. Also, something I want to really emphasize today is, many speakers mentioned it, because we have a lot of bad things happening right now in the war, and kind of the focus is shifting from Ukraine, but also it's shifting from Bosnia and Herzegovina, because I believe that after Ukraine, Bosnia is it could be one of the biggest problems in Europe, because in our country we still have a lot of Russian influence. We have the Russian ambassador that goes in the media all the time, talking all kinds of things about Bosnia, undermining the fact that we are an independent country. And I believe the European family has to put back the focus, of course, to Ukraine, but also to Bosnia and Herzegovina, because we don't need another war in the heart of Europe. So basically, the city will focus first on the humanitarian aid, something we already did and something we're going to keep doing together with our partners in the next year. We already planned some funds in the budget for the next year in the city budget. The second is to send expert support regarding the reconstruction and the urban planning. And the third is obviously to share our experiences regarding the social issues affair, and the fact to share our experiences of what we did and how we did to bring the refugees back. Even though I believe we didn't do such a good job, this is a process that's ongoing, because even now all these refugees that live all around the world, they're still looking to come back to Bosnia, and we are still working with them. So this is a long-term process, and this is something you need to keep in mind, that it's not a short-term process.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your practical steps, for your commitment, for everything what you're already doing, and for working on the task force. Duly noted. Thank you again. I would like to move to Mr. Paolo Salanila and would love to ask next question. From welcoming refugees to investment and financial aid, and what actually has changed in Barcelona relationship with Kyiv, in your perspective, of course, over the past 700 plus days of war?
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation, Mayor de Bruxelles, Mayor of Kyiv. Regards from the Mayor of Barcelona, Jaume Collboni. I would like to share with you three brief comments. First of all, just a curiosity that Barcelona is the only city sitting here that is a non-state capital. So why we are here? Because we are an activist city. We have always been an activist city for peace and defending the European values. And from the very beginning, as we did 30 years ago with Sarajevo, when Sarajevo was under attack, we created the 11th district of Barcelona. We have 10 districts. We created the 11th, it was Sarajevo. And today, somehow, Kyiv is our 11th district because the Kyiv combat is our combat. So we are an activist city. The attack to Kyiv and to Ukraine is an attack, has been felt as an attack to Barcelona, even though we are a southern city in a southern country. But we have understood that the destabilization, and as the mayor of Kyiv said, the attack to Ukraine is an attack to the European values. Also, we have to remind that Wagner mercenaries are also moving in the south of the Mediterranean, in the Sahel. So it's a global compact. Secondly, what have been doing, obviously opening the city to the refugees, helping in material, sending material according to our modest means. But we have been doing over the last months something that symbolically we consider that is important, and the mayor of Kyiv mentioned the cultural identity. What is Kyiv has been the guest of the main festivity of Barcelona. But this does not mean that the mayor of Kyiv was invited to the festivities of Barcelona. This meant that we co-created a whole cultural program for the city together over 10 months, or cultural teams with the teams of Kyiv. So co-creation, it's probably the word. And what has been changed that we have understood that the future of Barcelona is also linked to the future of Kyiv and Ukraine. And in that sense, we cannot provide weapons, and probably we should not, but we have massive construction weapons from the cities. One is urban resilience, to build up livable cities. And there, Barcelona, modestly, is one of the good livable cities. Our urban planning is famous. And our technicians, our civil servants are eager and ready to go to work with our colleagues to Ukraine to rebuild Kyiv and some other cities as truly urban resilient cities. The second one is economic and social resilience. We have made a big change in Barcelona over the last 20 years from, I would say, tourist capital to one of the hottest spots for startups and technology in the south of Europe. Why? Because we took advantage of being a livable city and talent. Because nowadays investment, Mayor, goes where the talent wants to live. And in Kyiv, in Ukraine, there is a lot of talent. A lot of talent. So you have a big opportunity, and if we modestly can help, we will do it. And the third one, I come back to culture identity. Barcelona has a strong identity. Kyiv and Ukraine has a strong identity. We have understood that culture is an economic and social driver. In Barcelona, 14% of the jobs of the city are linked to culture and cultural industries. And this is an opportunity also to Kyiv, because to succeed in the identity, in the culture as economic driver, it will be a defeat to the crazy dreams of Putin. So we are in Barcelona at your disposal. We are sure that you will remain, and we are also at the disposal to coordinate with some of the mayors in a kind of a smart complementarity to help Ukraine and Kyiv. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And fully agree, we need to unite together, work as a one task force. 3 important focus areas you have mentioned, like urban resilience and economical, social resilience and cultural, right? Identity, support of our talents. This dialogue definitely should continue and practical steps need to be implemented. I would like to move to Marlene Madsen and ask next question. How actually European Commission helped to support recovery, and what exactly reconstruction efforts between cities are happening now?
Well, thank you very much.
Is it working?
Is it turned on?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. No, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. I was actually in the beautiful city of Kyiv yesterday, and I'm happy I managed to get back in time to attend this event. The European Commission has, together with the rest of the world and the rest of the EU institutions, shown support to Ukraine from day one of this horrible aggression of war, a full-scale war against Ukraine since February last year. But first of all, I just wanted to say that this is indeed, and stress that what it is that we are faced with today, with also the historical moment of the European Commission Wednesday last week, coming forward with the recommendations of integrating fully Ukraine into the European family. And our support will certainly continue even stronger in that light as well over the next couple of years, but also, of course, in the shorter term. So that I just wanted to first mention. So everything we have been doing and will be doing will be even stronger in that light, and we will continue to be there next to you at central, regional, local, city level, any level in Ukraine. We will be there. So first of all, again, our support has, if you look at from the start of this full-scale aggression of war until today, the EU has supported, and the member states, with something in the area of more than 80 billion euros to the reconstruction and to support the fiscal needs also of the government of Ukraine in order to be able to carry on despite the aggression. We will continue to play a very important role both in the reconstruction and the modernization of your country going forward, and we will also very much, as has been mentioned by many of the participants on this panel, do it with the sense of the Build Back Better. We will not just help you replace like for like, but we will help you replace it with high standards, with green standards, sustainability, so that you will, in everything we do with you, closer and come closer and closer to the EU standards also for how cities and regions and countries are built and function. This has also been mentioned by a few of the stakeholders here, and I think one of the reasons why I find this event so incredibly important is that the European Union can do a lot. The international donors can do a lot, but it's only if we do it from all levels, so also from cities around Europe and helping Ukraine, also donors doing it bilaterally. We have to have all levels, and the city level is absolutely crucial in that aspect as well. We've seen it in the resilience of Ukraine during this period. The resilience has been very much also based on the very, very strong role of the city level in Ukraine. So I think that's absolutely crucial. That was one point I wanted to mention. So we will continue, as I said, both in the support we have been given so far, but also going forward. And let me say just a few words on also the going forward, because in June, we came forward with a proposal for how to support Ukraine over the next 4 years. And what we wanted to do was to provide a more predictable and stable support. So far we had looked into our budget and our mechanism and found ways to support you. But here we wanted to have a more predictable, stable ground to do so. So this proposal that we have come forward with, called Ukraine Facility, is let's see what the EU member states and the European Parliament decides at the end. But what we have proposed is 50 billion for the next 4 years for Ukraine. One thing that's very important in this aspect is that while the plan and the facility is very much driven by something called the Ukraine Plan, which is a program that the Ukrainian government is preparing to prioritize what are the main needs and areas of priority, both for reforms and investment over the next 4 years. While that is a very, very key instrument, in the preparation of this plan is certainly also the involvement of the city level, the regional level, so that it's not just done from the central level. So this is reflected both in this plan, but certainly also in the consultations on it in Ukraine. And that was why I was also in Kyiv yesterday, because in the development and preparations for this future support, the European Commission has been providing support for the administration throughout since July. I have actually been in Kyiv 7 times, so that we are providing all the support possible. We are coming on the ground. We are not just doing it from Brussels. Of course, there's a lot that can be done online from here, but we think it's absolutely vital that it's also done by us coming to Ukraine. So we are providing support in finding out and identifying what could be the areas of growth and resilience, because one thing is rebuilding the country, but that's not just a matter of the infrastructure, that's very important, but it's about the people, as has also been mentioned on this panel. It's about the culture, it's about Ukraine as a whole. But in order to be able to fully get the same strength and resilience of your economy, of your society, as your citizens have shown over the last period, we need to also get a strong economy so that you can hopefully soon become financially independent, in the sense of not having to rely on budget support from international donors. We are there for you, but we also want to help you get back on your feet and get a strong economy again and find those growth enablers. And on a final note on this one, here the citizens play a crucial role again as growth drivers of your entire country, but also just to say that in this entire aspect, we will continue to coordinate it also at the international level. We will continue to work with you at the local level, and we will hope that you will very soon come out much stronger from this.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your commitment. I would like now to... I would now to move to the closing part with Mr. Philippe Closet and Mr. Vitaly Klitschko. First, I will start with Mr. Philippe Closet. You were a champion of driving this partnership and task force for Ukraine, for Kyiv. What the lesson have you learned, and how do you see we should continue for the next year?
Yeah, very short word, because I spoke a lot before this moment, but what our colleague says, that everyone can do something, is the first lesson you need to remain, that everyone can do something. But also, I think the meeting of today is very different of the meeting of last year. Last year we speak only about war and all humanitarian help. How can we help Ukrainian people, refugees, and all of this? Today we are also there to speak about the future. And for me, it's so important. And I'm very sensibilized by my colleagues for Sarajevo speak. I spoke in my speech that Ukraine was the conflict just after the World War II, but we don't forget also what it happens in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the 90s. It's so important at this moment, because there are wars, also to speak about the future, to speak about the opportunities. I know it's always difficult, because to speak economy, when they are a true drama, a true war somewhere, it's maybe difficult. But in fact, it's a real asset. Asset for the people of Ukraine, asset for the European identity. And my goal today, because I don't want to speak too much, it's to say that all the people, constructor, manufacturing, companies, providers, all of this, they are real opportunity. And also it's so important what the European Commission said, that they are really open to help also all the investments to help Ukraine. Because as Vitaly Klitschko said, and as my colleague from Sarajevo said, what is also important is to give the chance of the refugee to come back home. It's so important. It's not so easy. Because thanks to the help of the European country, they are not only friends, but now members of our society. In particular, at the big cities, because they're very integrated. And it's now a real challenge for my colleague to say, okay, but the future is also in your home country. Then my only message, but I don't want to be too long, is to say, okay, everybody can move with very concrete action, as also small and big action. My colleague from Tirana speak about action, my colleague from Ile-de-France also. But sing with the company, they are maybe still afraid to say, okay, but it's maybe too early to invest in a new project of Ukraine. It is now that we need to think about. This is my message.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Philippe Closet. And with that message, I would like to move actually to Vitaly Klitschko, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, and ask, we heard today a lot of commitments, and we heard a lot of proposals for actions. What would be your action, and what immediate maybe ask you have to those participants to keep Kyiv running?
Dear friends, one more time. I will be never ever tired to say thank you for your help, for your heart, for everything what are you doing for our homeland. Very important. Without your help, we can survive. Many people know my background. I come from sport, from boxing, and one small example. Every finger strong enough, but if finger come together, it will be time stronger. Europe will be much stronger together with Ukraine. And it's very important to stay together and unity around Ukraine, the key for peace and freedom in Europe. And I hope everyone understands that. One of the very important factors of independency and to be strong, economical success. If Ukraine will be strong economically, Ukraine will be, Europe also will be strong. A lot of points we talk right now. I have noted couple of things. I guess it's very important to understand one more time. Thank you for your help. We need your help. Without your help, we can't survive. But we come in today and to talking the main word, investment. And some people make a mistake in talking about donation. We understand right now it's a difficult situation, but we're talking about investment, about your success, who invest the money, and our success. We have to find the synergy where we will be successful together. We very appreciate for Paris, huge support, big communities, a lot of refugees, and thank you, and big regards to the big Paris and to small Paris, to Miss Mayor, Madame Mayor, Anna. We have a great connection. But your question, to me, I'm a little bit disappoint. We have to choose the project, we, Ukrainian, where our partners can invest. No! We come in here to present the projects and you choose the projects. We have a lot of them and give to us the opportunity to be successful together with us. It's very important to understand it. That's why we come in here to Brussels. And one of the very important points, yes, of course, our main value, it's not the buildings, it's not the infrastructure. Our main values is the people, our citizens. 9 million Ukrainians right now of the country, and main goal, and also here in the Investment Forum, how we can bring the people back. The people coming back with a couple of issues, very important. They need peace, safety, they need jobs, and they need services, European services. And after that, the people coming back. And we, with investment, to make services, to make good ground to develop of the city, do that. It's the first step to bring our refugees back to Ukraine. With your investment, with your trust to Ukraine for services. And it's very important also, very important, it's connect investment and bring the refugees back to Ukraine. They have connection. We very appreciate and very thankful for Barcelona. Our sister city. We make a lot of activities together, and we know how good you are and in Barcelona and in many directions. Thank you for support. But we also not just asking the help, I present the help from our hometown. For example, in Spain, one of the largest IT forums in the world, more than 700 cities and 200 countries participate in this forum. I am very proud. The last year and this year, Ukraine became one of the biggest prizes for that. We have very successful, smart young people, and our system, smart city system in Kyiv, surprised so many friends who come to Kyiv. I present my system to our system, Smart City, to our partners in Europe. I enjoy. They open the eye and tell, wow, we want exactly the same system in our hometown. I enjoy our European city. That's why it's services. It's very successful services for comfort, for comfort life of our citizens, and we can share our experience to our partners. And yes, of course, Barcelona is one of the biggest income for the budget. The touristic city, Kyiv, have exactly the same ground. It's more than 1,500 years. One of the oldest and one of the biggest city in East Europe. And by the way, myself, it's my sport background, but I'm working years long as touristic guide, make excursion to people and use my skills always to present my hometown. And that's why, if you have a chance, welcome to Kyiv. And we will. I don't promise to make excursion for everyone, but if you make it with delegation, I do that, and you will be very surprised how big potential. And before the war, we have. The touristic numbers grown up, but right now, yes, of course, is everything stuck, but also our direction where we can learn and help each other, how we can develop our hometown as touristic point in East Europe. And very important, the last point. You doesn't see his big screens, and everyone, the speaker, see the time going on, and I see 0:0, and I finish with them. My time is over.
Not yet.
Listen, it's. You can give to people the fish, or you can give the people to fishing rod. You can, small baby can care about himself, but you study how is he care about himself, how they will be independent and strong. We were thankful for your help. Very important in critical situation for electric generators. Right now, we expect also the Russians can send rockets and kamikaze drone, but thank you for our partners. We have anti-missile system. Right now, we protect much better. If you come to Kyiv, you have definitely colleagues can explain the peaceful feeling. But you have to never forget in a couple of 100 kilometers south and east, real hell. But anyway, the risk of attack in the capital right now is still high. But anyway, peaceful atmosphere, business work, cafe, restaurants, everything work, and our main goal to make the economy going on in our hometown. Strong economy, strong city, strong country. It's very important. Economy depends from investment. We need them. And we're looking for success story. Success story for every investors who invest in our hometown, and success story if successful people live in the city will be automatically successful, and that's why we need good, successful people. We present a lot of projects, and you can choose the projects, and they work pretty well. One small example, and I'm finished. I understand. Last couple of words. In Kyiv, almost 4 million citizens. Before the war was 3.8, right now 3.6, but 3.5 citizens. 1.5 million cars. The city is old, built in Soviet time. It's huge traffic and a lot of cars. And right now, simple business, parking for the cars. You can calculate. It's our function as city government to bring the people with the cars to the parking, organize everything. We do it by ourselves, 2 projects. The first project in Velotrack, the parking for a couple of years ago for 50 cars, small street, 50 cars, wow. The people pay from beginning 400 hryvnias, right now 4,000 hryvnias is 10 times more. No free places, busy. Okay, the next project, we do it by money of city from our budget. We build the parkings also in our zoo. 500 cars. The first days, it's great parking. European standard. First days I was very upset. We have to build double bigger. Not everyone coming, and 1/3 of income from our zoo from the parking. It's people, it's the services. Right now, we can use the parkings also as shelters, underground parkings in central points of Kyiv. We give the all chances and to invest to the parking. You can calculate how many cars, how many hours, and our responsibility to bring the cars from the street to the parkings and make services to the people. It's worked well. Simple example, which actually work, and you can look into that, and we present already in investment forum some concept for parking lots in our hometown, easy to calculate, and it's work pretty long, and minimum investment of, and we have a lot of presentation. That's why we're looking for partnership, and we do it everything to make our partner successful, because tell me who your friend, I tell who are you. If you have successful friend, you will be automatically successful. And that's why we're looking for success for every investment in our hometown. Please, welcome. Welcome, and you have personal bodyguard. Don't care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko. To conclude this very important panel, because in a couple of minutes we're going to move to very significant and important moments, so I will ask everyone to stay with us. Yet we still have two keynote listeners today with us, Vadim Boychenko, Mayor of Mariupol, and Markus Heiling, Hamburg's Director for International Affairs. I would like to ask two of you to make very short and concrete reflective comments on what have you here today. Can you please provide them with the microphone? Yes. Okay, perfect.
Доброго дня, шановне панство.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to see everyone here. I'm glad to see Vitaly Klitschko here. You are our guardian today and bodyguard. Mr. Klose is also a good friend of us. I have heard a lot of nice things here, and I see we have a lot in common. What we have in common is the aspirations to rebuild Ukraine, the aspirations to gain victory. Vitaly has just shown us what it means to stand up together, because Ukraine has to fight and to win on the front, defending Europe from the darkness that descends upon us today. They want to defeat and destroy us, but we are still standing and are speaking of the investments here. The city of Mariupol is in evacuation now, just like Sarajevo was. For almost a year and a half, we are working from outside our city, but we managed to preserve the most important thing, our people. They are now living in each of your cities. Vitaly also supported the evacuation from Mariupol. We have 24 Mariupol hubs in different European cities, and we have a lot of supporters who helped us to prepare a plan for a fast recovery of our city of Mariupol. Thanks to the expertise you have accumulated here in Europe, we hope to understand if we are moving in the right way. Have we accounted for the best experience? Because Europe now has a good experience of recovery and rebuilding, and we want to stay friends, to invest together in developing our own expertise of high standard recovery and rebuilding. I invite you for participation and cooperation with the city of Mariupol, which is in evacuation right now. However, we are already working on the plans to come back and to recover the city. I can see the city of Vilnius here. They are also our partners. We are working together to overcome the Soviet legacy. We want to fight against our common enemy who came here to liberate us. What do they want to liberate us from? From our home? From our lives? I hope we stand strong together with our Baltic partners in building a new world without the Soviet legacy. We need new schools, we need new hospitals, new economics, and new aspirations to join the European family. I thank you for this wonderful talk, for the wonderful opportunities you are opening to us. You have already invested in Mariupol in evacuation. Now I ask you to invest in Mariupol and in our plans to rebuild. Glory to the defenders of Mariupol. Glory to Ukraine.
To Vadim Boychenko, and I would like to give a word to Markus Hailing, Hamburg's Director of International Affairs.
Yes, thank you very much. And you asked for a short summary and some short ideas. I will give you 2 points. First of all, what I saw and what I heard so far this morning was, first of all, aid or donations, immediate donations from a couple of cities, and as well as ideas and plans for the future. We have the same in Hamburg. We also did since 1.5 years immediate donations, immediate support to Kyiv between our mayors that have been concluded that Pact for Solidarity and Future. But we're also thinking about future plans, and that is my second point. The idea of creating something like a group or a task force to coordinate all that, I think that's a very good approach, and we as Hamburg would join that. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much. Thank you for a short summary. We heard today a lot of commitments, a lot of promises, as well proposal for actions. Thank you very much for taking your time. We hope the next year we're going to gather again and we will discuss even more success stories and build bright future plans together, because Europe needs Ukraine. Please take your seat, but please don't leave, because we're now moving to very, very important, significant moment of signing new memorandum. But for now, please take your seat and I will call you on the stage. Thank you very much. I would like to ask everyone to take a seat for now. Everyone would have opportunity after this important and significant moment to discuss. Please take your seats. And you will come later. Please take your seats for now. In a minute, please, you will have opportunity as well to speak to everyone. Please take your seats. As we are currently moving, definitely, as I mentioned, to very significant and important moment, would you mind, please, to take your seat? And in a minute, in 10 minutes, you will have opportunity to discuss all your questions, all your points, because we will move to the breakout, networking breakout. And for now, I would love, please, to take your seats, as we would need to move for now to move to the next part. Thank you very much for your understanding. Please. Okay. I'm really sorry. Would you mind, please? Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, it's a very important moment because right now I would like as well to invite on this stage again Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Brussels, Philippe Closet, in order to sign new memorandum on the bilateral cooperation between City of Brussels and Kyiv. Please welcome to the stage again, and please bring us a memorandum. Philippe? Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, can we have you please on the stage? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please don't go, stay with us. Last year, as I have mentioned earlier, we already have signed a declaration. So the city of Kyiv, the city of Brussels, and other 11 European cities, including Paris, Rome, Helsinki, Poznan, Podgorica, Berlin, Lyon, Riga, Sarajevo, Bergamo, and Vilnius signed a joint declaration on support for rapid and sustainable reconstruction of the Greater Kyiv to counter the destruction from the Russian attacks. Today, I would like to invite new participants of this declaration to join us. Please welcome on the stage Patrick Aurer, who we welcomed just recently, President of Metropolis of Greater Paris. Please. This is an extension, please, yes. The second one is Anuel Aristani, Deputy Mayor of Tirana, who already was with us today as well. Please join us. And last but not least, Pau Solignol, who was as well with us already, Commissioner of International Relationship and City Promotion of Barcelona City Council. A lot of proposals was from Barcelona, so we're very excited to have Pau with us. And please, everyone stay on the stage. Yes, please. Yes, thank you very much. This is new and extended task force that hopefully next year will bring us amazing stories and very fruitful and efficient collaboration. I will step out so you will take a picture together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Some of you I will call back, so please don't run too far from me. Thank you very much. The next one would be signing of the cooperation agreement between the European Investment Bank and the Kyiv City Council in respect of consultancy services to support Kyiv City urban electric transport. I would like to welcome on the stage Teresa Chervinska, Vice President of European Investment Bank, and I would like again, please, to stay on the stage, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor in Kyiv. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please take a picture together. Very important moment, big fundament for our win as well. Last but not least, I would like to welcome on the stage Mykola Zasulski, President of Kyiv Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Oliver Viloks, CEO of Brussels Chamber of Commerce. Please. to signing the cooperation agreement between the Kyiv Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Chamber of Commerce of Brussels. Do you have another one? And I would like everyone who was signing today with us memorandums and agreements, welcome back on the stage to take joint group picture. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your commitment. Exchange. Что? Только Терезу или? We have additional memorandums to sign. I would like please to welcome back Teresa Chervinska as we have additional documents, please. Can you please bring all the... Yeah, they're all there. Okay, thank you. As you see, many commitments today. Thank you for your support. Okay, another one, thank you. One more. Thank you for all support from European Investment Bank. Thank you so much. Please, everyone who signed today with us agreement memorandums, please welcome on the stage for the group final picture. Yes, everyone, please. Кто еще? Okay. Please. Do we have with us as well Mykola Zasulski and Oliver Relax? Yes, they're on stage. Okay, fantastic. I would actually will ask you to stay with me for one more moment because my team doesn't want to let you go because we actually found out there is another one document that we need to sign with you. Many commitments. We're going to assist you. Please, Mykola Zaluski and Oliver Willox, we need you for another 2 minutes. Thank you very much. You, of course, you could read as well what you're signing. That's important. I trust my team, right? Thank you very much. On that very important note, this is the end of the first part, and we would invite you in a minute to the networking break and lunch. Hope everyone take their notes, made their commitments, and let's continue this discussion. Everyone is on the stage for the picture? Yes? Yes, that's it. Whom? If there are any other mayors currently or participant of our previous panel still with us, please feel free to join for this group picture. We would really appreciate. Please, please. Please, please. We have as well Euro Commission with us still. Mariella, if she's still, yes, please. Please, 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 please. All previous participants of the panel, if you're still with us, please join us for the group picture. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Currently, we have a break. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Пані та панове, оголошується обідня перерва до 12:20. Після цього програма Київського інвестиційного форуму продовжиться обговоренням інвестиційного порядку денного. Поговоримо про децентралізацію, сталу трансформацію та економічне відновлення Києва. Ми також розглянемо імпакт інвестицій та стратегії побудови стійких громад. Насолоджуйтесь перервою, і ми з нетерпінням чекаємо на другу частину Київського інвестиційного форуму.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now breaking for lunch until 12:20. Afterwards, our program continues with discussions on investment agendas, decentralization, sustainable transformation, and Kyiv's economic recovery. We'll also explore impactful investments and strategies for building resilient communities. Enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to reconvening for an insightful afternoon at the Kyiv Investment Forum.
Раз, раз. Есть 2 минуты, сейчас сделаю. Время. Раз. Один, два.
Hi, everyone. Вам потрібен мікрофон?
Hello.
Hi, this is Lawrence, the OECD. I can hear you. Lamia, can you hear us? Hang on.
I'm online.
Lamia, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, and you?
Ah, Lamia, yes. Okay, yes, she's here.
Okay. Sorry? Yes. I am online. I'm waiting. Okay.
I brought
Шановні пані та панове, розпочинає роботу 8-й Київський інвестиційний форум «Брюссельська платформа». Просимо гостей зайняти місця у залі. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в режим тихої роботи.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum, please take your seats and set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Пані та панове, продовжує роботу 8-й Київський інвестиційний форум «Брюссельська платформа». Просимо гостей зайняти місця в залі та перевести телефони в беззвучний режим роботи. Запрошуємо на сцену Ольгу Данько, модераторку та програмну директорку Київського інвестиційного форуму.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum continues, please keep your phones in silent mode. Olga Danko, the moderator and program director of the forum, takes the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kyiv Investment Forum. As we move forward, our focus shifts from the initial broad policy discussion to more targeted exploration of economic opportunities and challenges. This transition is a key, connecting the earlier policy dialogues with practical economic opportunities that lie ahead. In this crucial session, setting the investment agenda, we are privileged to have Teresa Chervinska, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warm welcome Ms. Teresa Chervinska.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I remember very well last year Kyiv Economic Forum, and I see today many of you, and I'm really glad to have this meeting again and also to have an opportunity to network with you and also to discuss important topics related to investments in Ukraine and particularly in Kyiv we are talking about today very often. So it's an honor to set the stage for the discussion on investments need to rebuild Ukraine and its capital, Kyiv. We know that despite facing continuous shelling and challenges for nearly 2 years, Kyiv, like many other Ukrainian cities, has shown remarkable resilience. Ukraine continues to not only stand strong, but also forge ahead in development and rebuilding efforts. And I would like to congratulate Ukraine being given EU candidate status and the fact that the country succeeded in making progress in aligning with the EU acquis even during wartime. As the EU bank, the EIB has always stood by Ukraine's side and will continue to do so, supporting its recovery and clear path towards EU membership. We have been present in Ukraine for many years, Since 2007, EIB has invested more than 7 billion euros in Ukraine's public and private sectors, making us one of the largest investors in the country. Since the war began, our focus has been on financing Ukraine's most urgent needs in heavily affected sectors, such as energy infrastructure, roads, rail, and municipal services. And EIB, with the support of the EU member states, is launching a special EU for Ukraine fund, which will help us to provide urgently financing on the amount of over 600 million euros financing across all sectors, including equity and guarantee support to the private sector. And currently, we are working with our Ukrainian counterparts on the substantial project pipeline, and we would like to proceed with signatures of the loans for the amount of at least 100 million euros still before the end of this year. With the new initiative, EU for Ukraine Fund in place, we hope to be able to support a wide range of projects in Ukraine, including reconstruction of vital social infrastructure, rebuilding transport links, restoring and protecting energy infrastructure, enhancing cybersecurity, and ensuring access to finance for SMEs as well as for large businesses to withstand the consequences of Russia's war. Let me give just few examples of our cooperation with local authorities, because European Investment Bank support is targeting not only at the central level, but we are also supporting local authorities. Maternity hospital in Mariupol city, clinical hospital in Zaporozhye Oblast, schools in Odessa and Mirhorod, social buildings in Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, Kyiv and Odessa region, and finally EU-Ukraine solidarity lanes to improve land transport between Lviv and Poland and strengthening the cross-border connections. As I said, it is just a few examples of our support to local authorities. And I'm very happy that one of today's panel aims to showcase the Kyiv context and highlight the benefits and strategies of decentralization in driving regional development and fostering economic growth. While decentralization administration power to local authorities holds immense potential for progress, it also presents challenges, particularly in terms of the capacity of these local entities to effectively utilize recovery funds. The possibility to meet the investment needs relies strongly on scaling up the capacities to prepare and implement projects. The prime example is our cooperation agreement with Kyiv City, which we signed today at this forum. With this new partnership, including both advisory services and preparatory work, will be supported by 480,000 euro technical assistance grant from the EIB-managed Eastern Partnership Technical Assistance Trust Fund. Further possibilities for cooperation will open up with the establishment by the European Commission of the Ukraine facility with up to 50 billion euros. As the EU bank with decades of experience in supporting candidate countries, EIB is ready to play an important role in implementing this facility. To address Ukraine's immediate and fundamental investment needs, the cooperation between public authorities in Ukraine, international and European institutions, as well as private sector, is very much needed. Clearly, the private sector is of essential importance. But for private sector, we all know that we need enabling conditions to come to Ukraine, to invest in Ukraine. We need well-functioning infrastructure, roads, rails, airports, ports, social infrastructure, schools, hospitals, kindergartens, and we need to ensure reliable energy supply. For this large-scale investment support for project-based financing is essential, value-added, and complements both budget support by the Commission and the financial instruments for private sector support. And I'm sure that today, financial institutions and private investors gathered will cooperate to develop efficient multi-sector investment tools, leading to the recovery, modernization, and sustainable economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's war against Ukraine is a war against European values, and we must all be prepared to defend. This is why EU Bank, European Investment Bank, works closely with our EU partners and IFIs, and we have been acted promptly, and we continue our efforts. As EIB, we offer our experience and resources to help Kyiv and the whole Ukraine recover quickly, advancing on their path to becoming a free, democratic nation, achievement the EU membership. I wish you all fruitful discussions today and also the networking, which is very important to create contacts, links between financial institutions and businesses, and wish you very, very fruitful conference. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Щиро дякуємо пані Терезі.
We thank Teresa Czerwinska for your introductory remark for our economic and investment discussion. So we go to the second panel on decentralization as key contributor to regional development. Please welcome the moderator, Svetlana Kovalchuk, Executive Director at Yalta European Strategy.
Czerwinska for her enlightening opening to our economic and investment discussions. We now move to panel number 2, Decentralization as a key contributor to regional development. Please welcome the panel's moderator, Svetlana Kovalchuk, Executive Director at Yalta European Strategy.
May I invite my speakers to the stage, please? Great, thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to welcome you at this panel discussion on decentralization as a key contributor to regional development. Today, we will explore the importance of local governments and its profound implication for Ukraine's past, present, and future. Ukraine's progression towards a democratic and decentralized system is deeply intertwined with our struggle for self-determination. The historical imposition of the centralized governance structure during Tsaristic and Soviet rule was not a natural evolution, but a deliberated tactic by our oppressor to assert control. Today, it's absolutely clear that paradigm shift towards a more decentralized system was crucial. The reforms proved successful, bringing us close to Europe and strengthening our country. This success proved instrumental when Russia launched its full-scale invasion nearly 2 years ago. It was vastly due to our newfound flexibility of local levels that we overcame the initial shock and against all odds are still prevailing. Decentralization, speaking in simple words, for Ukraine is more than structure overhaul. It is our lifeblood for our resilience, the rhythm of our adaptivity, and the way forward to our European Ukraine and to our future. Let's talk now about our challenges we are still face, how decentralization will stimulate investment in our region, and how local government will be vital in building a bright future of Ukraine. And now I think it's really time to introduce our distinguished speakers who will share their insights on these topics. Today with us is Mykola Povoroznuk, First Deputy Head of Kyiv City Administration. Susan Goranson, Director, Head of Infrastructure Europe, Sustainable Infrastructure Group, EBRD. Remigor Shimashiush, Senior Advisor at Center Policy Institute and ex-mayor of Vilnius. And and Markus Heilig, Hamburg's Director for International Affairs. And also we have one online speaker, Lamia Kamal Shayu, Director of OECD, Center for Internships, SMEs, Region and Cities. So now we are all together and can start our discussion. Lamia, I would like to start with you. Given that decentralization is observed as a pan-European trend, how do you perceive its relevance and evolution across the European continent? And can you also explain how it enhances the investment climate and promotes regional development?
Thank you very much, Svetlana, and good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I cannot join you in person in this very important meeting. I've been attending the other meeting, the other Kyiv Investment Forum. I think you pick up here a very important subject, decentralization, which is one of the conditions to advance effective investment policies. And we just heard from the EIB director really making the point about the importance to have a very strong, empowered, well-skilled, well-funded subnational government to be able to leverage private finance. Well, in the OECD, we have been working on decentralization for many, many years. It's obviously a very topical subject everywhere in the world. And now it's really very strong in Asian countries because they are in the process of decentralize themselves. Latin America, we have seen across the OECD an increase in decentralization process in recent decades. 2/3 of OECD countries actually there spending by subnational government increased as a share of total public spending between 1995 and 2016. So it's really a process that is advancing. But of course, in Europe, the nature of the conversation is not the same when it depends on countries. We have very centralized countries like Portugal, Greece, and to a certain extent, France and UK, where decentralization continue to remain a very difficult process to advance. We have federal countries which are obviously more decentralized, Germany and Belgium and Spain, which is a kind of semi-federal countries. Many Eastern European countries are engaging into reforms. Nordic countries are probably the most advanced. I'm thinking about Denmark being the most decentralized countries. And even we see in some countries decentralization reform being reversed. Ireland, Hungary. So, we have a lot of different situations. And when it comes to Ukraine, we have really to acknowledge that the government has pursued very, very ambitious program of decentralization, which has come, by the way, with very interesting institutional reform to support the decentralization process, which are not at all easy to implement in other countries. And I'm thinking about the merger of municipalities that EU countries have put in place between 2014 and 2020. Over 10,000 local councils merged only into 1,500 municipalities, which were granted new administrative power, service delivery responsibility, and funding, very important, which tripled in real terms between 2015 and 2019. So what you did in Ukraine, we are hoping to do that in many other countries, including actually in France, where we're trying to consolidate, all these municipalities. It's not at all easy. And in terms of public investment, which again is very important, because if you want to leverage private, you need also to invest. The public sector needs also to invest. In terms of public investment, subnational government in Ukraine accounts for more than 2/3 of total public direct investment, which actually is above both the EU and the OECD averages, which are 55 and 54 respectively. But I want to put a but here. Decentralization is not at all for us an end in itself. Obviously, we need a certain degree of decentralization. There are obvious benefits. I mentioned some of them: better accountability, better capacity for subnational government to leverage funding, to invest, to do just economic development, better ability to provide more efficient public services. But there are also big challenges when we when we talk about decentralization, which may link to increase bureaucracy when it's not well implemented, or insufficient resources. We have to remind that in many countries they are facing subnational government, very difficult situation or of unfunded or under-unfunded mandates. So at the OECD, we have not been advocating for decentralization, just for ideologically to have decentralization. We're advocating for good decentralization. We need also to make sure that the coordination mechanism across levels of governments are really essential. And we are not all the time advocating for uniform decentralization. In certain cases, it's quite interesting to have experimental decentralization or asymmetric decentralization, precisely because we need to take into account the different capacities of local government. And obviously, again, when it's well done, when it's well implemented, it can really improve the investment climate, support regional development, essentially because obviously investment and regional development is place-based and works best when you have subnational, empowered, well coordinated. And in Ukraine, decentralization has had clear benefit. It has strengthened the region and the municipality. It has paid off, increased resilience during the war, critical enabler of the reconstruction too. We are following that very closely. And I had a chance to write a piece on this subject in the Financial Times, where I made the strong point about Ukraine's local institutions and leaders having brought its citizens more than just better services, also given in effect them a kind of second army as they seek to defend their freedom and their country. And I flagged that actually subnational government hold the key to the post-war recovery too.
Thank you, Lamia, and thank you for your great contribution and for your strong support for Ukraine. And I would like to come back to you regarding your piece in Financial Times. You clearly defined that Ukraine will have also benefits and challenges in future if we will speak about reconstruction. What would be your main advice for representatives of local communities for recovery of Ukraine and for recovery of our local communities?
Well, one thing that we have seen is, as I mentioned to you, there are clear benefits of the current decentralization process that have been putting in place. And by the way, we have been following very closely this process since 2014, and just recently we just published a report about rebuilding Ukraine by reinforcing regional and municipal governance, where, by the way, we mentioned the different steps that needs to be put in place to advance, this agenda as part of the recovery process. We are now working very closely with Ukraine to support the government to update and implement its state strategy for regional development, the Ukraine place-based regional development strategy for 2021-2027, and advising on how to fund and finance regional development and strengthen the fiscal capacity. So obviously, all these ingredients will be crucial for the reconstruction. But again, we have first to acknowledge that before the invasion, decentralization was already bearing fruit and benefits, and local public services has improved. We have measured it with a survey and indicators. But then, of course, following the invasion, the newly empowered subnational government became a key player. I just mentioned that. They turned the skills, the structure, the infrastructure to new use. And I'm thinking, for instance, of the administrative service center in the Odessa Opslat, which created a call center to provide citizens with information where to find. I'm always, using this very, very detailed illustration to show how much it has been effective. Now, turning, this is your question, to the long-term reconstruction, the scale of the effort that is being required, obviously needs to involve all levels of governments to work together. It's not subnational or national, it's everybody, well articulated, well coordinated. And obviously, as I mentioned, subnational government being key driver in public investment. We need to, to make sure that their role will be and remain vital. In other terms, the key message is keep up the great momentum on decentralization, pursue what you have been doing so far. That is already, a big advancement that, many other countries will be happy to advance as fast as Ukraine did until before the war. We had, some ideas that we put in some recent report about, for instance, how this can be done. Obviously, subnational government could have a seat at the table in national planning bodies, such as the National Recovery Council. The question of how to further strengthen and rebuild the capacity of subnational government, knowing that, many of the civil servants working in local municipality in some regions, they had to go on war. So the question of rebuilding the right pool of local civil servants in all the municipality and to reinvest in their skills, especially in terms of project appraisal, procurement, investment management, and transparency, how to make sure that we could put in place some mechanism to avoid the risk of corruption, how to make sure that, all criteria related to transparency and accountability are being preserved. This is important, especially for, all these multilateral development banks, the private sector and so on. They need to have all this mechanism in place. So again, investing, empowering subnational governments. And we know that in Ukraine, it's not happening at the same level across the country. You have different situations and you have different capacities.
Thank you very much, Lamia. And one small question. Speaking about opening the negotiation for Ukraine with the European Union, we are really very proud about it. How do you think decentralization can help with it?
Okay. The sound was cut, but my understanding is that you are asking how decentralization could aid Ukraine's integration process.
Absolutely, absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, obviously, we have seen that the 2020 EU enlargement methodology places a strong emphasis on rule of law and the functioning of democratic institutions. The EU closely looks at the effectiveness of countries' decentralization policy and its implementation of the principle of subsidiarity. That's something that we all know. And indeed, I have to recall that recent accession negotiation with other countries, for example, Albania, they are including a focus on the need to guarantee local fiscal autonomy, empower municipalities, and ensure effective distribution of competences among the levels of governments. We know that former accession countries in Central and Eastern Europe developed regional governments. That was one of the answers to be able to better manage EU development fund. This is coming. We need to be prepared. So we can say that Ukraine's advances in decentralization between 2014 and 2022 give it an advantage in the process. You are not starting from the scratch. You need a lot. But again, same message, building on this reform will be really vital for the reconstruction, and in the long term, obviously can support your country in the accession process to the EU.
Thank you very much, Lamia, for your contribution. And now I would like to ask question Mykola from Kyiv City State Administration. You have really very unique position. You were at the city council when war started, and you were at the deputy head of city administration in Kyiv when we started active decentralization reform. Could you please share your experience about decentralization reform in Kyiv and how full-scale invasion changed the decentralization reform in Kyiv? Without decentralization reform, would it be possible to continue fight with Russia nowadays?
Всім доброго дня.
Dear colleagues, I would like to ask you to put on your headsets because I am going to speak in Ukrainian. Well, that's a very good thing that we can hear some Ukrainian.
To the whole, because we will have contribution in Ukrainian language.
Я ще раз всіх вітаю.
Welcome everyone again. It's a great honor to be part of this panel discussion today because it concerns probably the most important reform that has been implemented in Ukraine since 2014. And as of today, we can see the consequences of that reform. We have spoken a lot today about how independent the municipalities are. We have spoken a lot about that by the end of the decentralization reform, the municipalities will be able to contact the partners to raise funds. And that's exactly what I've been doing in Kyiv. I was doing in Kyiv before the 24th of February 2022. Let me give you a brief overview. For example, the financial sustainability of the municipalities. For example, the Kyiv's budget has grown up 3 times as a result of the decentralization. And this is the result we can see all over Ukraine. This also allowed us to stop the invasion on Kyiv in the first days of the war. We have had a lot and seen a lot of efforts from the municipalities. They had their own authorities, powers, and financial tools. They have prepared territorial defense, which has become practically a second army, who was the first to meet the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine. So if we were to speak, or if we were to convince someone in the need of that reform, that would be unnecessary because we have all seen its consequences. And the continuation of that reform, even in the times of war, the strengthening and empowering of the municipalities, towns, and villages will allow us to recover and rebuild Ukraine as soon as possible, to recover from this disaster and calamity that we have seen in Ukraine for the past 2 years. Decentralization could be different. I have examples for you. Kyiv is also an example of centralization because I'm speaking here about a greater Kyiv. It was during the war when we had a front line some 3 to 5 kilometers away from the city. It was the suburban villages and towns that were on the fire. The cities like Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, Borodyanka. The city of Kyiv was engaged to the full extent in evacuating people from there, in sending humanitarian aid there, in accepting wounded and injured civilians and militaries. After the front receded from Kyiv, we were also the first one to help repair and recover these towns that suffered the most. I am convinced that those men and women who are fighting at the front right now, who are defending the European values we have spoken a lot about today, they are fighting for a successful and reformed country. And the key reform for that country is the decentralization reform. We are fighting for a new country, and we plan to build a new country. Thank you.
Дякую вам дуже. Поставлю вам запитання на українську.
Thank you very much. I will ask my question in English. A general OECD poll has shown that the population of Ukraine supports decentralization, over 80%. However, we have had another survey which asked who should be responsible for the rebuilding and the recovery, the local authorities or the international structures. The majority of people answered it should be the international organizations and structures. Why do you think this is so? I think this is quite a healthy response from the people who want. I will be speaking loud words here, but I want to say these will be the people who will be building Ukraine. We are now speaking about the decentralization reform and the law on decentralization, but we've had other reforms like the anti-corruption reform, the justice reform, and others. I support them just as well. In the past years, we tried to engage our partners as much as we could. The European Investment Bank, the European Development and Reconstruction Bank, we engaged them in all the projects that were implemented in Kyiv in the past years. If we want to see the integration of Ukraine into the EU, it is impossible without integrating our legislation to the European legislation. It's a very good thing that people want what they want. It's very good that people trust our European partners, they trust the European values, and I think there is a lot to do here. My last question is, what are the main obstacles on the decentralization path for Kyiv, for example? I have started answering that question already because we see decentralization as from the point of view of a greater Kyiv. Any reform, any actions should bring about the development of the territory, better conditions and life for the people in the city. I am convinced that without engaging the territories around Kyiv, it would be very difficult for the capital to develop. We have so much in common: transportation arteries, telecommunications, sewage, waste management, other things. Now, what we need to do is to organize everything properly so that everyone could benefit. Well, let me be frank with you. We have people living in the suburbs who commute to work in the city, and they need to have the same life conditions and standards as we have in Kyiv itself. I think this is our golden standard.
Our international partner, to BRD, to Susan. So during all the years, BRD is committed as steadfast partner of Ukraine. Over the last 30 years, BRD has been the largest institutional investor in the country, with cumulative investment of more than 18 billion in more than 500 projects. And yesterday, we were so happy to have again new statement from the BRD about increasing of support for Ukraine. Susan, could you please share with us a BRD strategy for Ukraine? What challenges do you have, and which perspectives do we have?
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here at the Kyiv Investment Forum and also in this beautiful surroundings. And indeed, it's true that Ukraine has been, EBRD is one of the largest institutional investors in Ukraine. And when the war began, we continued to stand by Ukraine, and we agreed that we would continue to make investments using our own funds. And here we have focused on 5 critical areas. One was energy security. The other is vital infrastructure, trade finance, private sector, as well as agribusiness. And so as a result of that, we have been supporting the country. We've done this in two ways. One is through liquidity finance, which is urgent liquidity finance for our partners to ensure that they continue to be able to provide key services, but also investment. And so in that regard, we're quite proud that EBRD is continuing to provide needed investments in the country. On the municipal side, I'm happy to say that we have provided roughly 50 million in investments to cities, liquidity finance for Lviv and Dnipro, as well as actual investments for the city of Khmelnytsky for trolley buses. And I think just because we're on the theme of decentralization, just let me add a few things about EBRD's strategy on decentralization and what we're doing with cities in Ukraine. When EBRD was founded after the fall of the Berlin Wall, we recognized that we needed to work with cities. They were part of the transition to a market economy. And we recognized by doing that, the key themes were decentralization, accompanied with commercialization of municipal entities. And so as a result, with our portfolio of well over 7 billion in the municipal sector, this is across all our countries of operation, with 360 investments, 42% of those are working directly with municipalities and municipal companies. And in Ukraine, this has been our theme as well. We started working in Ukraine in the early 2000s, supporting the municipal sector. And we've worked with over 20 cities throughout the country, and the majority of those investments are working with municipalities and municipal companies. In Kyiv, our first investments were in 2007, where we made investments around 200 million to support the municipal urban transport. We lent to Metro, where we provided finance for critical investment, as well as to the Kyiv Pastrans, where 25% of the trolley buses were replaced. And what's exciting for me is that these loans were implemented and that they were repaid. And to me, this sends such a powerful message that Kyiv is a reliable partner and a great place to do business. As a result, in 2021, we extended 2 other loans to support the extension of the metro, as well as critical investments in Kyiv district heating, which we recognize is a key area. Kyiv is part of EBRD Green Cities, which is our flagship municipal program, and it's very exciting for us to see that just recently, the Kyiv City Council has approved the Green City Action Plan. Now, when I talk about EBRD Green Cities, we recognize that cities are engines of growth. Cities are where jobs are created, but cities are also places where they're home to where majority of the infrastructure that's vulnerable to climate change is in cities. More than 3/4 of greenhouse gas emissions are generated in cities. So if we're going to work and support cities, we also need to help cities address their climate change and environmental challenges. So we do this through a Green City Action Plan where we bring together all levels of government, national, subnational, all parts of the city, private sector, civil society, universities, to help the city identify, benchmark, and prioritize its key environmental challenges. And Ukraine has done this successfully, and also the City Council has approved the Green City Action Plan, and it's exciting for us to see that it's focusing on sustainable urban mobility, energy efficiency, innovation in heating, as well as digitalization. And we stand ready to support Ukraine, and also in Kyiv, supporting the city and becoming greener, more inclusive, and more resilient. Thank you.
Susan, thank you very much for your strong support and for all great projects you are doing in Ukraine with Ukrainian cities, municipalities, because it's really vitally important work with our local cities. But I would love, we just discussed good signs of cooperation. Could you please also share with us problems you faced your work with Ukrainian cities and municipalities? What should be done to improve cooperation from our sides, because our cooperation is all the time about work of two sides, you and we as well.
So I think when you're working with cities, you work with EBRD, and when we work with cities, it's not just about the financing. It's about, we usually want to promote reform and to develop good projects. And I would say if there's areas where we need to expand the capacity, and I would say the one area where I would say it's challenging working with cities is probably capacity, building capacity to design and develop good investments. And the other is sort of when we're in supporting the commercialization of these investments. So EBRD can provide support. We have generous support from our donors. The European Union is a very generous donor as well that enables us to provide finance, technical assistance to design projects that are bankable. That's important. The projects need to be bankable. And sometimes we need to scale them down. They may need to be phased because we want to ensure that these projects can be implemented and then demonstrate that they can be successfully repaid. The other area is where we work with cities is to build capacity with respect to improving the delivery of public services. For instance, when we're working with cities, let's say in the urban transport area, a lot of times we'll help design bankable public service contracts. So the municipal company recognizes the service levels it needs to give to the city, but then in compensation that they would be receiving from the city, that enables us then to lend directly to those cities. Another area is we focus on with cities is financial operation performance improvement programs. We can also support cities with forms of corporate governance. But I would say the key area is to build capacity. And one of the strengths, I think, of working with an international financial institution such as EBRD or our other partners such as European Investment Bank or IFC is we can bring this technical assistance that can bring together the full package to help promote both reforms and investments.
Thank you very much. And I would like to move to Remigius and actually discuss with you our perspective of being members of European Union, and which advices do you have for Ukrainian cities now before starting this negotiation with European Union? What should each city do to fulfill more quicker all demands of European Union?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. As I wear quite many hats here, like a former mayor, last year I was participating here as a Vilnius mayor and an analyst at the institute, and also I do advise asset management company who is looking for investment in Ukraine now, which is very important, not after the war, because what it means after the war is not so clear, let's admit that. And I first of all would like to say that the topic decentralization reminded me what discussion was happening 1.5 years ago, right after the full-scale invasion. And I remember when me as a mayor initiating some talks with like Scandinavian mayors and other mayors and so on, and discussing how we need to help Ukraine now. And there were some voices, fortunately not big number of voices, who said, okay, maybe it's not our task, let's wait for national governments or for European Union and so on. And this reminds us, could we imagine a situation if everybody was thinking, this is maybe some other's task to do this? And of course, the huge support which came from everybody, European Union, national countries, cities, citizens, businesses, NGOs. I think it was so important because none of this would be able to cover everything. And of course, all of this was very important. Why it is related to this decentralization topic? Because I think I will not be brave enough to say, do we need more centralization or decentralization in Ukraine? I mean, it's a very big question. But I'm very glad that we have this debate, because this debate shows the feature of a free country. Because in monolithic totalitarian states, you don't have this debate. Everything is centralized, and people think that it is right. And sometimes people in democratic states also think that those countries are more efficient because they are very centralized. No. This debate, between different layers of powers is very important. And fortunately, we have to have European Union in Ukraine, national government, municipalities. Let's not forget spiritual powers. And
Yes.
Saint Archangel Michael was over there. I mean, and also business, last but not least. And this discussion is very, very, very important. Speaking about cities, of course, it's very important to be as business-friendly as possible. I'm glad, I was so satisfied that in 2 months when I left the office of Vilnius mayor, Vilnius was selected as most business-friendly city in Europe. So, yes, we did it.
You won this fight.
Of course, Kyiv has to be number one in order to attract it, because all the other environment is not so inviting, because the risk is definitely a big one. For the country, it has to be stable. For European Union, I would name this elephant in the room, and actually on the behalf of the Institute, we are organizing an event next week in Kyiv about Ukraine's accession to European Union, and the elephant in the room is, is it possible for Ukraine to access European Union in the situation of war? And there are many voices in European Union who say, no. First, we have to reform ourselves, and then the war has to end. And I would say that, of course, it would be nice to European Union to be more efficient, and would be crucial the war to end. But even if both of these preconditions are not fulfilled, it's still possible to have an integration process and even accession. Let's be fair. There are fears of grain competition from Poland, even with a new government or some others, is bigger obstacle than the frozen conflict in the east of Ukraine. And let's be fair on this. And I think it's very important to be very straightforward on this. And speaking on business, I would like to underline that I'm very glad to hear Didier Reynder's statement this morning that when speaking about this 50 billion money collected for Ukraine, that part of this will be for investment. Investment, I guess it will not be just for construction of infrastructure, but also for investment, which is for return, what Susan was talking about. And I was so glad to hear that part of this will be for de-risking. Because I'm more than convinced, and again, we're working with the asset management company which looks for investment in Ukraine, one of the topics is how to de-risk. Because if you have a strategy, and we have a strategy, and part of this strategy is, of course, collaboration with the BRD and EIB and all DFIs and DFIs. If there is so, there is a possibility that €1 spent by European Union through EBRD or through EIB or some others could bring additional 10 or 20 euros from private sector, not even from European Union, but from United States, other countries. And I think it's a crucial, crucial moment, because speaking about the restructuring of Ukraine, de-oligarchization, which was underlined also by Commission, which is, okay, the topic, thanks God, is not a hidden topic. People talk about it. I think it's very important to change the structure because, let's be frank, in Ukraine, the majority of assets are still in hands of those people who privatized companies after the collapse of Soviet Union for loans, which is like the birth of new oligarchs. I mean, we in Lithuania had the same, but the scene is not dominated by those people anymore. I mean, it's completely different players. In Ukraine, it's still dominated by those people. And we definitely need completely new players. And of course, it would be good to have a new startups, and they're on the scene, but also Western and non-Western foreign capital coming and investing and bringing new type of business activity. And I think it's a very important aspect when fighting corruption on the ground, because it's not just tough measures which helps or transparency. I think that Ukraine is already one of the most transparent countries in the European Union in terms of what measures introduced. I mean, Europeans often do not get this. But this understanding that if you come to a bank or to some other institution and you misbehave, you try to involve in some shady deals, if this bank has direct chain of command up to whatever, Madrid, Brussels, Stockholm, Vilnius, Prague, whatever, I mean, it causes a problem which is very big. And it creates a big structure top-down to fight corruption on a very, 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 very targeted level. So I think it's very important to change the structure and not to just de-oligarchize it. Okay, this is the oligarchization is de-oligarchization is more complicated. Of course, we do understand, but also not to leave all the economy in the state hands, because I really see a big danger right now, because it looks like many politicians in Ukraine start to love run assets after confiscating them from Russian-leaning oligarchs. So I think it's also a very big danger if it will be stuck in this case. So I think it's also the part of this debate of decentralization. And then, of course, everybody has to contribute. And again, just for final remark, I'm very proud citizen of Lithuania, which is number 2 in the world in terms of what percentage of GDP citizens of the country devote to the help of Ukraine. Number 1 is what? I guess nobody would guess, it's Norway. I mean, very rich country, but the biggest share of GDP per capita is devoted to Ukraine. Lithuania is number 2, and then is, of course, Central European and Baltic states. And Germany is not so low, by the way, as well. Belgium is quite low, unfortunately. Okay, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your remark. And now I will move on to Marcus. Actually, we all know that Germany is the best example for decentralized political system, which has its roots in, of course, in history. As Hamburg being both a municipality and city-state holds a unique position in this system. I would like to know what Ukraine can learn from Hamburg and from Germany in general regarding political and administrative decentralization.
That is a big question.
Yes, of course.
I will respond in terms of from the perspective from Hamburg. Well, first of all, to clarify why Hamburg is on the stage, because that is not clear for everyone. Hamburg and Kyiv, the mayors of Hamburg and Kyiv, Mr. Klitschko and our mayor Tschentscher, they signed a contract in 2022 in April, the Pact for Solidarity and Future, due to the fact that the Klitschko started their career in Hamburg, their boxing career, and they're still tight and still close to Hamburg, fortunately. And since then, we had a cooperation with Kyiv with 2 pillars. The first pillar was for immediate donation, immediate support, as many other municipalities did, as we heard today. And the second pillar is to look into the future, as the Pact for Solidarity and Future already claims. And we already identified certain topics. And now to respond to your question, I think Hamburg, due to the fact that since over 60 years, Hamburg has the task to combine the task of a municipality, but at the same time the task as a federal state, one of the 16th in Germany. Hamburg is well experienced in combine the different responsibilities, but also to coordinate the different tasks that a city, but also a federal state has. I give you an example. It's, for example, traffic. You have a lot of issues, a lot of problems, a lot of advantages in the districts of Hamburg that concern at the same time the state level of Hamburg in terms of financing, in terms of coordinating that with the federal government. And those procedures to coordinate and to cooperate and to find solutions and to find solutions, those are, and the experience that those aspects take time and that you won't always find the perfect solution for everyone. That is one aspect that we could share from Hamburg.
Thank you very much. And could you please also share with us this specific area of cooperation you have now with Kyiv?
In terms of the future, in terms of the perspective we wanted to have with Kyiv, I can name 2. The first is a close connection to the water supplier between Hamburg and in Kyiv Vodokanal. Since the start of the war, they had a constant exchange of the teams in those 2 cities in respect of the question, how can you make sure that the water supply is still functioning even though you have a lot of difficulties, a lot of electricity cuts and so on? How can you remain the systems function? And for this question, teams from both cities, they exchange regularly. That means not only once half a year, every week, every 2 weeks. And that is important for the part of Kyiv or the side of Kyiv because they have someone else on the other side who takes care and who has an interest in their problems, in their quests. And that is for Kyiv-Vodokanal, as far as I understood, as far as I know also from the delegations who came to Hamburg, a very important part. And besides the advisory part, but of course as well, donations is maybe not the right word, but the equipment that we sent from Hamburg to Kiev in order to make sure that the electricity or parts of the electricity systems or the water supplying systems can still run. This is the first part, and the second example is we have an exchange that is about to begin in the part of traffic managing. And we heard that a couple of minutes ago from Mayor Kyiv that it is a big challenge due to the fact that it's an old city and the traffic challenges are different today. And that is another aspect because the traffic that we face today, the problems of the traffic, the challenges of the traffic, we already deal with that question since years. And that is also an aspect that Kyiv can share from. And from our side, because it's a mutual way, we are interested in all the experience Kyiv has in terms of startups and IT and so on. We also heard it that Kyiv is very strong in that respect. So it's not one way; it's two ways.
Very good. Thank you very much. And I got just message that we have 3 minutes to finalize our discussion. You know, all the time when you come to core of discussion, you need to finalize this. So I suggest that everyone say closing remark about importance of decentralization and international cooperation. And also I would be very grateful if you would say like 3 important points for Ukraine local community, what should be done, what should be like priority number 1, 2, 3. And give, as our international partner has a more broader question, I would like to start with Mykola and ask him to react also on comments from our international partners.
You know, I think I'd like to follow up on this discussion and to stress once again the importance of decentralization. As a reminder, we are here brought together by Kyiv Investment Forum, and it says Brussels platform here. In my view, this is a follow-up to decentralization, because last year city mayors who were present here made an agreement and have a commitment of helping Kyiv on a municipal level, not on the state level, as part of decentralization effort. We discussed just Kyiv here, but personally, I'm convinced that assistance through this platform would be helpful to many municipalities, not only in Ukraine, but globally as well. And this could serve as an example. Powerful communities make up powerful states. Powerful states have powerful friends. If you have powerful friends, you are powerful yourself. Thank you.
And final advice for Ukraine local communities?
Okay, I think that going now and actually going forward at the end of the war, the investment needs are going to be huge. And as all the speakers have said, we need to involve the private sector. What's critical is the enabling environment needs to work. And so there, I think some key elements are, one, the importance of good project preparation, the importance of transparency, anti-corruption, and then coordination, because there will be lots of funds, there will be where is it best to put the investment at the national level, the subnational level, and I think it's good to have good coordination and good planning.
Many thank you.
Just for final remark, I think that in order to solve this dilemma of centralization versus decentralization, I think we have to stick to the simple formula that you have to avoid this internalization of benefit and externalization of costs. It's very, 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 very typical. Because very often, I was a mayor also. I know that you always want to have power, but you quite like when central government is covering some costs. That's very typical. So I think we have to avoid on whatever behalf we speak. And just leading to one more aspect, of course, private business operating in a free market, not in the kind of restricted, privileged market. In a free market is the system which allows to achieve this benefit of this formula most. So of course, relying more on private business, I think it's very, very important now, especially nowadays in Ukraine.
Many thank you. And Markus?
From a city perspective and in terms of our cooperation with Kyiv, I would raise 2 points. First of all, as a municipality, as a city, you need to identify the areas you are strong in, and within you can really contribute to your partner. That's the first thing. You need to have a strong topic. And the second one is you need to stick to that. You need to have a long breath, because you need to build trust. You need to, on the way, you need to see where the problems are, and then you need to find solutions. And those solutions are mainly not solved within 1 hour or 1 year even. You need to stick to that, and this would be another very important aspect.
Many thanks. Thank you very much for your contribution, for your time, for coming to Brussels for discuss decentralization in Ukraine. Зараз. Да. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for...
Щиро дякуємо всім учасникам дискусійної панелі «Децентралізація як ключовий фактор регіонального розвитку» за їхні цінні ідеї та внески. Переходимо до дискусії «Інвестиції у сталу трансформацію». Будь ласка, привітайте модератора цієї панелі Грегуа Рус, керівник відділу політичного діалогу та політичних інновацій фонду Герберта Куанта BMW.
Ladies and gentlemen, a sincere thank you to all the participants of panel number 2, Decentralization as a Key Contributor to Regional Development, for their valuable insights and contributions. We now look forward to panel number 3, Investments in Sustainable Transformation. Please welcome the moderator for this panel, Grégoire Rousse, Head of Political Dialogue and Policy Innovation at the BMW Foundation Herbert Quant.
Now's the right time. Thank you very much. And as any good Frenchman, I'm not on time, as you can see, but there was an issue with the microphone. It's wonderful to be back here on that same stage. I can't believe that a year has passed already since last November, a year ago. And I must say that the past 12 months have shown that Ukrainians are even more resilient, brave than what we could have imagined. And so it's really a privilege to be back. I'd like to share a few words, but very, very, very shortly. We had a short exchange with Olga, the grand mastermind behind that conference, and I really want to send her all my best because she's been doing a wonderful job. And Olga told me, this is not just an investment forum. Of course, it matters to us, it matters to Ukraine. But now is the time. And now is the time to turn tragedy into opportunity. Now is the time to ramp up on building synergies. And I guess that this should be the spirit of our discussion. So we obviously stand at a crossroads. We've seen, and the news is full of graphic pictures for too long now, almost 2 years, destructions of lives, of course, of families, livelihoods, but also of entire districts, of parts of the country. And so obviously the priority is to reconstruct what was destroyed. But that would be short-sighted. What matters too is making sure that the future takes shape. And the future does not take place tomorrow, it takes place today, because we plant the seeds today. And that's why that discussion on investment, but not any kind of investment, sustainable investment that comes with a certain mindset, responsible leadership, is so important. So my name is Grégoire Rose. I work for the BMW Foundation, and for 50 years we've been advancing responsible leadership to foster economic transformation along 3 pillars that we will of course cover in that discussion: economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. But much ado now, and I would like to warmly welcome our wonderful panelists, and I really thank them for finding the time in a very busy schedule to join us for that very important discussion. With us today, we're very privileged to be joined by the Minister for International Cooperation and City Policy of the Kingdom of Belgium, Minister Genèse. A warm welcome. We're also joined by someone who happens to be in Brussels, but she spent so much time in Ukraine those days through her own country, Poland, of course, Anna Jarosz-Frisch. A warm welcome from the Director General NIA, Neighborhood and Enlargement. Thank you very much. We also have with us today Lisa Kisner. A warm welcome. Thank you very much. Who actually was until recently in Sri Lanka and had to, the priorities were so high in terms of reconstruction that she came back to Central Europe to assume the role of Managing Director for Ukraine and Moldova, the International Finance Corporation. A warm thank you. Of course, someone who needs no introduction here in Brussels, Nina Levchuk, from the co-founder of Impact Force, organization that is championing behavioral change and economic transformation in Ukraine. Is also a leader in many regards at Google, based in Berlin. Nina, thank you very much for being here. We're also joined by Anthony. Anthony was hidden in the second row. Thank you very much. Who's a kind of mogul of entrepreneurship here in Brussels, working in Hub Brussels, accompanying entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. And last, and certainly not the least, yes, please. Thank you so much. We have actually another kind of champion of the pharmaceutical industry in Ukraine, Yevgenia Pidubna. Thank you very much for being with us. And she's the Director of Corporate Affairs and member of the Board of Directors at Pharmak. Pharmak is the Ukrainian leader of the pharmaceutical who has played an instrumental role in supporting health reconstruction in a way in Ukraine. And you're also head of the healthcare committee at the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. If I'm not mistaken, you're turning 100, not you, but Pharmak, in 2 years. So you will tell us a lot about mixing tradition with modernity. And
have you Googled or you just know?
We know that. Everyone knows that, correct? Everyone knows that. Yeah, you see, you have a great audience today. So I thank you very much for joining that discussion today. The question of sustainable investment is obviously absolutely crucial. We know that the efforts in terms of mobilizing public finance is tremendous, but public finance alone will not be enough. And so the need to mobilize private capital and therefore to create the conditions to secure trust and long-term investment are absolutely crucial. So I'd like to start with turning to you, Madam Minister. Belgium has been at the forefront of mobilizing capital. Last June, Prime Minister De Croo announced that Belgium would unlock a further 90 million euros, out of which almost 10% would be dedicated to reconstruction, mostly education and health through the European Investment Bank and the World Bank. So what has the last year looked like for you in this regard, and why does that matter so much?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I'd like to say once again that from day one of the war, we have been standing by Ukraine. And I think it's important that we have been there because it's also our European security, our lives that are at stake at this first European war since the Second World War. What have we been doing? Well, we have been standing not only with the people of Ukraine, but also with the government of Ukraine. First of all, of course, from the Belgian perspective, from the Belgian government, we have been investing in humanitarian aid, that's for sure. I think there's also a defense line, but that's out of my competencies. But we have been supporting 90 million euros the last 2 years through international agencies and directly to Ukraine to support the resilience also of Ukrainian people. I think that's important also to win a war. But now what is very striking, and I like it a lot also as a Belgian minister, is that the Ukrainian government really found out, well, let's start reconstruction now. We don't have to end the war, we have to win the war, but reconstruction is on the table already. And last month, 2 months ago already, in September, a Belgian team of INABEL, the Belgian Development Cooperation Agency, visited the Ukraine, the region of Kyiv and Chernihiv, if I pronounce it Chernihiv, more or less right, to dedicate, well, where can we exactly be of interest in investing? Not only with public capital that has been mobilized by Belgian taxpayers, but also as a seeding capital to make sure that private investment is possible as well. And that's what we foresee for the upcoming years. We will give especially support in the sectors where we are, let's say, experts in, and it's education and it's health infrastructure. And it's not only the case of being of interest of what the Ukrainian government and local authorities asks us to do, but it's also a question of building back better. It's not only about building back like before, it's about building back better, and the green transition is also important to make at this moment. So that's what the Ukrainian government and administrations asked directly to the Belgian government, and I think we can proudly announce the experience and also the availability of one Belgian stakeholder directly at our Belgian embassy in Kyiv, who will coordinate the reconstruction program. Very demand-driven, because it would be without any interest that we say from a Belgian perspective what we want to do in Ukraine. It's important that your authorities tell us what they can use our expertise and our financial means for, and that's how we will work by the Belgian Development Agency INABEL. So I'm really happy, because for us it's something totally new. We have a lot of experience in reconstruction, and especially in development and international solidarity. But of course the Ukraine is not a least developed country, or is not a ODA country. But what is important is that the expertise that we have built up in difficult situations, in unstable situations, that we can offer it also for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So it will be coming from both sides. We will have to learn together, our Belgian agency and the Ukrainian authorities alike. And on the second hand, that's public investment. Second possibility of everything that we have at offer is private investment. We have a private investment agency. It's called BIO, and it will also lean out to the Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I'd like to bounce back in a way on that need to ensure that public finance can really serve as a fostering power to unlock private capital. And I know that you have been doing it at the Commission, and since last June there has been the Commission, when the Commission announced the launch of a new facility called Ukraine Facility. This has been at the heart of your agenda as well.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, just a few words. I think the building on what Minister said, I think Team Europe support to Ukraine has been multifaceted on the financial side, economic side, humanitarian. We are strongest together, and we are also bringing the best support to Ukraine together. So this is very much the joint effort. So in that spirit, the Commission indeed proposed to put the future financing of Ukraine, both the budgetary support, but also the support for investments, public and private, on a more stable footing in a medium-term perspective. Hence the proposal for the 50 billion medium-term financing program, Ukraine Facility. It has a number of important components that matters for investments. There is a reform agenda that will have to be proposed and implemented by the Ukrainian government, very much driven by the objective of getting the country back on a growth path. And I don't know whether you have seen a forecast that the European Commission has published yesterday in terms of figures for how we see the Ukrainian economy going forward. It's actually quite interesting and brings some hope in terms of moderate growth for the next years. The public investments are needed. They are in particular needed in the phase in which Ukraine finds itself now in order to repair and start rebuilding, physical infrastructure. But the private investments are indispensable because no amount of public investment will ever be mobilized to cover the needs, which are enormous. The World Bank has estimated them last February for an amount which is way above $400 billion. That is not anything that public budgets around the world will carry over the next 10 years. We very much need private investments. And there are two ways by which we want to bring to your attention how the private investments can be mobilized. One is, of course, de-risking. So this is part of the proposal behind the Ukraine facility to use the guarantee, which is backed by the union budget, a very solid backing, in order to work with the international financial organizations and national development institutes like the IFC and others in order to lower the risk for the private investors to go in. Another important element is the regulatory stability and the direction of the regulatory environment. This is equally important in very specialized areas like health and pharma, but in energy, in most of markets, if you want to engage on a medium to long term, you need to be relatively certain of the regulatory environment that you will meet in the future. And that, I really invite you to read the enlargement report that the Commission published last week on the 8th of November, which gives you a scorecard in terms of where Ukraine is in its legislation across various sectoral areas of the economy, and also gives you the recommendations from the Commission to the Ukrainian government how to develop that legislation in the next year so that the regulatory environment is brought closer to the one of the Union. So there is, in a way, a roadmap that is an interesting signal to investors, and we hope it's also something that would actually help bring the private investment into Ukraine, not only for the immediate recovery, but also for the medium-term reconstruction of the country, very much in a way which is aligned with the Union standards and values, including on everything related to sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Lisa.
Yes, it's great to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I represent the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group, which is focused on the private sector. We're the largest private sector-focused financial institution globally, working with firms, banks, but also in municipalities in some countries where the reforms have reached the point where there's enough devolution, which Ukraine was one of those cases, and I was very pleased now to meet the mayor of Mariupol in person. This was one of our clients before the invasion. So I'd like to pick up on a theme that the minister introduced, which is resilience whilst already reconstructing, because I think this is the way that many of us, including IFC, are thinking about how to support Ukraine, and in particular, how to support Ukraine through its private sector. And I think, we all say the word resilience a lot, but I think it's because it is so amazing on how many levels Ukraine has proven so resilient over these past very difficult 20 months. And I think you see it at the macroeconomic level. So Ukraine has managed to maintain a very impressive financial and macroeconomic stability thanks to good management by policymakers. We see it with businesses. So the World Bank did a survey recently of businesses and found that more than 95% are still operating at some level. But overall, the decrease in levels of operations is more than 40%. So in other words, businesses are hanging on, but having to operate at a much reduced level. Municipalities, I think we've seen here today many examples of municipalities that continue to find local solutions for local problems, and I think that's a really important theme of today. In terms of what is the World Bank Group doing, so the World Bank, which is our public sector part, has mobilized $38 billion for Ukraine since the invasion. Most of that comes from partners, some of whom are in this room, and that has allowed Ukraine to continue providing essential services to more than 12 million people. On IFC side, which I'm representing, we have a $2 billion program which we've received some support from the European Commission, from the UK, from Netherlands and Switzerland, which is allowing us to make investments that help keep the private sector going. Since the invasion, we've committed over $570 million. This has been to support the agricultural sector, financial sector, import of essential goods, technology sector, as well as exports of food products. I think one of the advantages of working with the private sector is this financing also mobilizes others. So an additional $230 million has been mobilized through that financing from private partners as well as from other financial institutions. Given that we're in Brussels and I'm sitting next to my colleague from the EC, I wanted to give just two examples of cooperation that we have with the EC in Ukraine. So the first is a somewhat unusual program for IFC, which we have been partnering with the EC and the Energy Efficiency Fund of Ukraine before the invasion to make energy efficient improvements to multifamily households, working through homeowner associations. And after the invasion, we very quickly agreed with our EC partners to reprogram that funding to make it possible for homeowners associations to repair damaged housing. So again, along this theme of resilience. And we've been working with homeowner associations in Kyiv, Zhytomyr, Sumy, and Chernihiv. And about 60 residential buildings have already been fully repaired. We've also have, as part of that program, a strand that is working with municipalities, including in the Kyiv region, which is helping these municipalities to repurpose buildings that can be used to house displaced people. The second and only other example I want to give is a program we have with the EC, which is a global program which supports lending to small businesses. And it's an example, I think, of how public money can be multiplied by IFIs and by private partners to reach more financing. And that is the Small Loan Guarantee Program, which actually at the Ukraine, the URC in London in June, we signed with our EC partners an amendment which allowed us to engage in Ukraine. And already in July, with one of the banks, we have financed $40 million worth of financing for SMEs, leveraging that guarantee. Let me just say 2 words on reconstruction. I see I'm out of time. Maybe I'll have a chance to come back. So when we think about reconstruction, we know that the private sector has a huge role to play. Anna mentioned this 400 billion plus number. IFC has released a report 2 weeks ago in Kyiv. It's on our website, and I encourage you to look at it, where we look at some of the reforms and interventions that could be undertaken both by central governments but also by subnationals, which would allow as much as a third of those costs of reconstruction to be covered by the private sector. So I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Nina, on that point of fostering synergies, I think you have a thing or two to share with us because you've been at the forefront of that kind of puzzle and bringing all the pieces together, and that's been quite challenging.
Yeah, thank you so much, and definitely I would love to build on the already discussed points here. I'm representing Impact Force, right? The Impact Force is a representation of civil society, right? We are non-profit. Our main goal is to build effective ecosystem between collaboration, private and public sector, but as well to create new economical opportunity, to foster best practices, and as well to influence on positive social behavior changes. And we heard today how many already initiatives happening around to support private sector, right? And in fact, that's true. Many things happening on the ground, many supporters, many specific programs. Now, the question, what we should ask ourselves, right? How those programs actually commit to the sustainable future, and how basically everything that would be introduced in future could make sure that no matter how long the war will take, right? I mean, we all hope it will end soon, but what if not, and it's continue? We will not wait for, right, the recovery in a couple of years. We're already recovering, right? So how we could make sure that all those efforts is actually working together as a one life mechanism, right? Where everyone actually supporting each other, and private sector is thrive. It's number one, but second one is able to build the new practices that could be then shared back with Europe. So the question what we ask ourselves on Impact Force every day or like every morning, like would keep us awake, let's call it in this way, it's like how actually we could show best practices of Ukraine committing back to Europe, right? Mr. Vitaly Klitschko today in the morning said that together with Europe, Ukraine, right? Or Europe together with Ukraine is stronger, is more successful. So that's our questions. And the way how we're doing that, what we oversee, and the topic that is not so yet on the first pages of all discussions, but I truly believe should come soon, is how we could build during the wartime and after really impact economy in Ukraine. What does it mean, right? Since the beginning of the war, you might be shocked about this statistic, but every second small business, SME, were taking actually proactive initiative to start fundraising or local initiative to support local communities, right? So they are cities, they were rebuilding some of the stuff, they were like as well launching some programs without actually waiting for help for the state. They did it because they need to do it, right? It was a survival instinct, right? Now, like, and that's a great practice, right? So this is kind of commitments as well to some of the SDG. It's as well call, right, that they could bring. Now the question is how we could make sure that through all this time period, obviously SMEs currently is exhausted and overall economy of Ukraine in some way on the business side is exhausted. How we could actually find a way to support them so going forward, every single business actually make the impact component or SDG component or commitment actually to best European Union practices as part of their business vision. How we could educate them, how we could not just force them only to think right now about the most urgent needs, that is very needed, that's very important, I don't want to argue about that, and that's the challenge that I'm hearing a lot. Why you educating businesses on being sustainable now? Now they need to survive. Yes, they need to survive, but they need to thrive. And to thrive, right, we need as well to give them those practices already now. So, like our job, the example I will take as well a couple seconds to share. Since the beginning of the war, with numerous local and international partners in Impact Force, we have launched National Impact Business Accelerator, where we successfully already through the year educated over 23 businesses of how to actually commit to SDG and make impact component part of their business, how to stay profitable, and how to create new employment opportunity. Maybe if you still didn't see the link by that moment, you heard today in the morning that we need to bring talent back, right? We need to create new employment opportunities by educating people how to be businesses, how to be impact businesses, how to commit to impact economy. That's actually very transparent and very logical and official way of creating new employment opportunities. But not only, because this actually approach or these attitudes from the business perspective will create not just employment opportunity, but as well new business opportunity, new as well horizontal connection and best practices, then we Ukrainians, hopefully in a year, maybe again on the stage, would be able to share, say how we transform different sectors, such as agriculture, such as
circular economy, recycling, and so on. So there is many, like health as well. There is many areas where we need to support SMEs now, but not only on urgent needs, but as well educating them how to build business sustainable, how to not think only about urgent profit needs, but as well how to create for future. And that's what is our commitment is at Impact Force. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nina. Something that really matters, I mean, the heart of the issue as well is the needs, and too often we overlook that, you know, what the needs are. We can mobilize, but we don't know what for. So I refer to Anthony as a mogul, but you're also a kind of doctor, you know, you sit with your entrepreneurs and you ask them what the problem is and what they need. So how have you managed to do that in Brussels, and how do you, what's the feedback? What do you feel they need when they grow? And I know you've worked a lot with, you know, offering entrepreneurs with opportunities to invest in opening retailing shops and the sort of thing.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for inviting me. It's really rich to be able to exchange on this subject. Maybe to begin, I've already heard it during this conference, but when I was first asked to take part in this program, I was thinking, like a lot of people, isn't it a little bit early? Is it still a war in Ukraine? Do we still need to already think about sustainability? And when we speak about with the organizer, when we speak with the Ukrainian colleagues, and when I hear what Nina just say, I think it's really already time to speak about it. And I'm really happy to share what we have been doing. So at Brussels, we are a regional agency which provides business support to companies. So our goal is really to help entrepreneurs who are Brussels-based to develop. And we do that from a really wide scope, from really the retail shop who want to open up a new concept of store, to the companies that want to export abroad. So we have a really diverse scope of activity. We have been working on sustainability for many years now, but there have been a big change now with a regional program called Shifting Economy, where we are working on sustainable transformation, sustainable transition toward a more an economy which integrates our environmental boundaries and still is able to provide social impact. And that's something quite new, because to provide support to sustainable innovation, we go with companies and we help them develop a new idea, try to find some differentiation. Here we are working about sustainable transition, sustainable transformation. So that means we need to change the existing assets, we need to change the existing activities, and that's really a completely new challenges. We have been working on that for a few years now, so since 2021. It's quite interesting. We have this regional program with a collaboration with many organizations that have been said already. We need to have the public authorities, but we need to have the companies, we need to have the citizens. We obviously need to have the finance sector also intervening in this process. So that's really important to have. And something that have been said also before, and I would also emphasize on that, we need investment, we need money, but we need this money to do something. And a word is really important here is capacity. We need money to build capacity. We need money to make sure that the people have the skills to provide this sustainable transition. We need money to make sure that the organization have the skill to analyze the project in terms of sustainable impact, to provide skills development to their entrepreneurs or citizen movement. So really, we don't have to forget that money is to make human and organization work better. And that's something really important. And maybe also, because obviously the Brussels region is pioneering sustainable innovation and transformation with our Shifting Economy program, but we are obviously not in the same context that our colleagues in Ukraine are living in right now. But I would like to emphasize that this sustainable transformation, we really need a critical resource of prime importance, and that is strength, courage, really resolve to fix the objectives and to gather all the stakeholders to achieve these objectives. And I think here, Brussels, really we need to share also with our colleagues, because I think Ukraine and Greater Kyiv have a lot to learn. We have a lot to learn from our colleagues in terms of resolve and strength, and I really hope that it will achieve a sustainable transformation.
Thank you very much for that. Evgenia, the question we've been exchanging with Olga and regarding the importance of fostering sustainable investment is tax. Too often we overlook it. It's tax, it's dry. But it's actually fundamental, and you've played an instrumental role in Ukraine trying to make sure that the tax system, the tax framework, the tax policy would be predictable, understandable, as much as possible, not short-sighted, to build trust for investors. What have the challenges been?
Thank you so much. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. And I think I'm the first one to represent the real sector, the business. So I'm going to be an advocate for all businesses in Kyiv and in Ukraine today, if I may. And thank you, all of you, friends and colleagues, for your continuous support to us, for this support you're granting to us in very different dimensions, because actually it gives us a very solid ground and the inspiration to keep fighting for our sovereignty. It's very important for us. And you know what, once I heard our mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, today saying that, I'm a politician and I know how business is important. It's about money, taxes, and workplaces. And I was like, okay, go to trash my notes. I have nothing else to add. But if we are talking about business, and about sustainable transformation, I wanted to, before we talk about tax, because it's not that much to say, before we talk about tax, yes, I would like to say that first, I really love the approach with calling it sustainable transformation instead of reconstruction or rebuilding. Trust me, our company has suffered a huge loss in the very beginning of the war. We lost our big warehouse worth 50 million euro, like 45, 50, because the currency exchange was like volatile at that time. And basically that was like third week of full-scale war. We were left without any packaging, secondary, primary packaging, without any active ingredients to produce new medicines. And all the ready-made products were there. And we had several attempts to reach our warehouse, but there were like 50 tanks near Makariv. Those who are from Kyiv region know that there were like 50 tanks in the first days of war. Our people were getting out from the bomb shelter. It was like, uh-oh, they are still here. We cannot access to the medicine. So we had insulins. We had like vitally important medicines, and we could not just use it to help people. That was a disaster. But like less than half a year later, we opened a new production line. The missiles were still flying over Kyiv, but we built a new production line because we wanted to localize some really important product which we had heavy dependency on for asthma and for allergics, because we were heavily dependent on them from abroad. So we decided to build it, and the equipment came from the US, and actually the specialists could not come to install, and they were doing that via Skype. But what I'm saying about sustainable transformation, so we also want to reconstruct and everything, but this is like the previous page for us. Now we are thinking about the future. And, these first months of war was a real crash test for our sustainability and resilience, because we talk about sustainability since like 15 years, and we never tested it in any country like we did it in Ukraine. And actually the system turned out to be stable and resilient. We stood against a bigger enemy, and we will keep standing, I'm sure. And I see the secret in everybody mobilizing and working in that golden triangle of the government, embodied in local authorities, then the business, the private sector, and the civil society. And we work together as one. And that's why we actually managed to stand. But the other point is that, like, really Kyiv's budget, I opened the official report on the website of Kyiv City Council, and it says, like, I counted, like, taxes is like 87%, and all the taxes come from some business activity and entrepreneurship. So the budget of Kyiv is only by 13% something different but taxes. And business is really important, because if we want to develop, build back better, transform digitally, inclusively, greenly, we need to have financial basis for it. And business is a solid financial basis for it. Kyiv, before COVID, because it is like a very clear year to understand before any crisis came, in 2019, 67% of foreign direct investment was Kyiv. 35% of all the capital investments were made in Kyiv. Gross regional product of Kyiv now makes like up to 25%. Same for exports, and for exports of services, it's like over 40%. So Kyiv is a huge magnet of for investments. And you know what, I really believe that all the businesses who want to come to Ukraine or invest in Ukraine, they look at businesses like ours, like, okay, they invest, their investments are stable, other guys' investments in Kyiv are stable, we can invest as well. So they actually do not look even at the regulatory framework. They look at how other businesses operate and how comfortable they feel. And what else I wanted to say? I wanted to say so much. But,
we'll have time.
But I have to finish. One really important point is like sustainable. Anything connected to sustainability is like social development, economic development, and ecological. And everything is connected to business. Look, business is the biggest consumer of energy and the biggest polluter, right? So only an open dialogue and clear rules will lead to the day when Kyiv will be very energy efficient, very water efficient. And we actually, as a very responsible business, we do that every day. Also, during the first year of big war, we totally reinstalled wastewater facilities. Everybody was looking at us like, seriously? Like, what are you doing, guys? And we said, like, Russia is doing a lot of evil to us. We have to do what we can do, you know, to do it better. And for social important thing, because economy was covered already, for social thing, like, there are some critical enterprises for Kyiv. And my enterprise, Pharmac, is also critical for Kyiv because we produce medicines. What is critical for people in war? It's medicines, it's food, and it's mobile connection. One day we have a total blackout without internet and mobile connection, and that was the worst day of my life, that I know that Russia is shelled in cities and I cannot call my parents. You cannot imagine. You know the worst of medicines, food, and mobile connection when you don't have it. So those critical enterprises have to feel really safe and have to be like safe and sound, running, being the really essential part of a bigger Kyiv in future. So the city plan, the future city plan of Kyiv should like really think about critical enterprises of Kyiv and build the infrastructure that really puts no hazard on their functioning. And because, you know, the war will be over sooner or later, and of course with our victory. But it doesn't mean that imperialistic mindset of Russia will ever disappear, so we will always have these challenges, security challenges over us, and we have to think about it. And on the businesses side, all the key businesses in Kyiv are ready to like take an active part, involve other cities, experts in how do we develop the city that is green, inclusive, energy efficient, investment attractive, and of course secure. Thank you.
Well, one senses the passion, and that's the vibes of transformation indeed. I'd like to bounce back on that and turn to you, Madam Minister, because something Evgenia has stressed is that the strength of that discussion is that we're not referring to reconstruction but transformation. To what extent has that had an impact on the way you look at development? And you stressed earlier that you were not operating in a developing country. That's all the difference.
Yeah, key is partnership. So we work demand-driven. It's of no use when we come somewhere and we do what we would like to do. Then we can better stay out. So it's very important that we are in dialogue, in discussion with the Ukrainian government and also with the decentralized ministries and with local authorities like today here on the Kyiv Investment Forum. But maybe important to stress is, well, Kyiv is a big city. Kyiv has given like the word, well, we want to transform, we not only want to reconstruct, but there's a lot of cities inside Ukraine that have to make the same transition, and the capital might be coming in the capital. So I think it's important that there is going to be a network of big cities so that the reconstruction, to use the word once again, can be delivered bottom up. I think that's so important for a country at war and where war zones once in a while differ from where the front differs through time. It's important that the network of cities throughout Ukraine cooperate and work together. And what we have at offer, and it has been discussed also with the cabinet of the Prime Minister, for instance, is that we have soft capacities to offer as a public investor, education, formation, technical formation. We can help to reintegrate also the men, mostly men, and very few women who are at war today in the Ukraine. We also can help to mobilize the capacity of Ukrainian people who today are in Belgium and the rest of Europe to build back better the Ukraine of the future. And I think these are programs that have to be developed, always in partnership and in good dialogue, but that it's important that the governance and the capacity building, that we can deliver expertise and that we work demand-driven. I think that's the way to go. And then the mobilization of capacity, not only, but also of capital, public capital, international public capital, but also private capital. And there, it's a question of governance and creating regulatory environments where business can thrive. And I think that's also important when one day we will welcome Ukraine in the European Union, that the regulatory environment is ready to host businesses and to make the development even more successful.
Thank you so much, Minister. I turn to the panelists. We all agree that to ensure that transformation happens, speed is key, correct? You saw that figure. It's the time that we have left for the panel discussion. Not at all. That's a secret. I'm sorry, you can't see what we see on the screen, but that says a lot about the kind of pressure we have, which I think is a good metaphor. Something that the minister has stressed, and that was a kind of an echo to what you underlined, Anthony, is the need for capacity building, partnerships. So one general topic, and Lisa, you hinted at it, it's de-risking. How do we make sure, and what do you need in your respective areas to make that happen?
Thank you. Yes, so very quickly, and it does build on the topic of partnership. I think when we think about this 411 billion of reconstruction needs, and we know that number has grown since that estimate, which dates from February, we will need all partners and all sources of financing. And I think what IFC has been looking at is how can public resources be used in a way that leverage and maximize the private financing that comes in. And that's at both the subnational and the national level. So we look forward to our partnership with the EC and other also bilateral donors to help maximize the financing that even in these very risky situations now can help to transform Ukraine. And let me just say on the one last point on this transformation idea, because I really like that Evgenia flagged that. The same report that finds that a third of the reconstruction costs can be covered if the right reforms are put in place finds an additional $280 billion of financing available to help, or not available, we need to make it available, but opportunities to transform Ukraine's economy. So I'm looking forward to working together with many partners as we all try to promote that.
Thank you so much. And those were also part of the recommendations of the report that the IFC, by the way, has just published in terms of, so the ideas are there, the pathways are there, and then what we need is perhaps political leadership. Anna, I know that the second pillar of that Ukraine facility was the Ukraine investment framework, and in that you focus on two areas, of course, the short-term needs, but also the long-term. So what are the main challenges?
First, for everybody's attention, the member states still have to confirm the money behind the Ukraine facility, including the Ukraine investment framework. So we are talking here based on the Commission proposal. And here I want to go back to what the Minister said about this being demand-driven. So as part of the proposal for Ukraine facility, we have proposed that Ukraine prepares Ukraine plan, which would be Ukraine's reform and investment agenda for the next 4 years. This is in the making. It's being also consulted with the businesses and the civil society. So we expect that the plan would provide for the investment areas into which we would then be making available the union budget guarantee with the IFIs and other partners to direct the private investment there. Because what is really, really important, I mean, in this massive endeavor is the governance, as the Minister said. I think the city of Kyiv, as most of capitals, is a magnet for investments. But you have to have planning for, if only, transport and electricity networks throughout the rest of the country. You have to design clearly how would you prioritize public funding, how will you distribute the public funding, not only between the sectors, but also between geographies. And this requires a very big national discussion. It requires lots of choices, because the money would always be smaller than the needs. But with the governance, I think the direction of these investments can make it really multiple and can make the effects of them being really, really powerful compared to a less joint and less planned situation. So we hope that that will indeed be the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nina, in 1 minute, something we have not really covered, and you're an expert on that, is tech. And tech is really part of one of the many strengths of Kyiv, but also, of course, of Ukraine. And this is also part of the narrative. The transformation has to take roots in the strengths of the country and of the people, and that's definitely one of those.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I would say it's a digitalization, right, of all efforts, and as well. I mean, I think there is many parts we already ahead, so I completely +1 to all advocacy and regulatory. Without that, with the transformations in this area, it won't be possible to build a sustainable future and support those businesses in the most efficient way. And technology as well, actually, a big help here, because we heard today many examples of how best practices for other cities will apply to our ministries in terms of digitalization of their processes. Now, the second, capacity building, right? Capacity building for 10 seconds, it's already what I had many times that what we're doing, and technology is one of the key drivers here, right? Because it's basically allowed to build efficient horizontal connection between cities and cities, communities, entrepreneur to entrepreneurs, right, who sharing their best practices. And the last but least, it's as well like transparency around investment, right? So technology, again, could help really build efficient ecosystem where both sides will thrive, but as well will work best practices that could be then scaled and shared. And how to be scaled, again, through technology.
Thank you very much. I need to set the minister free, so we really have to be very short, unless I'll never be reinvited on Belgian territory. So I really need to set you free on time. Anthony, that question of tech, I guess, is key to your work and how you successfully accompany entrepreneurs.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, in our program, we really put a focus also on digitization and how digitization can help this sustainable transformation. Because we can really see, and it has been said already, it's all about capacities. How can we build the capacities? And digitalization is really a way to be a key enabler. So that will be really something of importance for us. And I think here investments are really key also. We have to not forget that finance have a key role to turn long-term gain into short-term solution. And we tend to forget about what is the founding principles, but here it's really important to understand and to provide a mix of solutions to help this transformation.
Thank you very much. And one very last question to Evgenia. I know that your group has been investing, if I'm not mistaken, reinvesting nearly 90% of your profits, which has meant in the past 20 years nearly $500 million reinvested in Ukraine. I mean, that should be the vibe, shouldn't it? So what do companies need to be able to do what you've been doing?
I think it's all about the mindset. Our company, any company in Ukraine is a young company, right? Because the Soviet Union collapsed and all the private equity became, all the state property became private. So any company in Ukraine is young and dynamic, and some of them have enough of brains and heart and stamina to reinvest to build something bigger. And this year we are, next year we will launch production in Spain. It will be Ukrainian medicines produced in Spain. These are our research and development. And we are buying some companies in Europe, and we are expanding our business in Ukraine. And only continuous reinvestment, like not taking money out of business for personal use of the owners, but like reinvesting continuously into research and development. Last 5 years, $75 million US. Just the development of company, new equipment, etc., studying for our employees, etc. It was $170 million US in the last 5 years. So yes, we do reinvest, and we see how we grow, and this is what motivates us. We are young, we are hungry for world power, you know. So yes, we do so, and we really are friends with companies who live the same pattern.
Well, thank you so much. I think that we have here the transformers in chief, so I really ask our audience to give a big hand to our panel, and I think this was a terrific discussion, and I thank you very much for your insights. Thank you very much.
Пані та панове, дякуємо усім учасникам панелі «Інвестицій у сталу трансформацію» за їхні цікаві та змістовні дискусії. Оголошується перерва на каву та нетворкінг до 15:30. О 15:30 ми знову зберемося для дискусії на тему «Побудова сталого мегаполісу, посилення потенціалу постконфліктних громад». До уваги учасників брейкаут-сесій макроекономічний прогноз для України та відновлення Києва, включаючи прозорість та інші післявоєнні ризики. Просимо перейти до холу де Мілісь. Ця сесія розпочнеться за декілька хвилин. Наші волонтери раді супроводити вас. Насолоджуйтесь перервою, і ми з нетерпінням чекаємо на продовження нашої динамічної та змістовної розмови о 15:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all the participants of panel number 3, Investments in Sustainable Transformation, for their engaging and insightful discussions. We will now take a short break for coffee and networking until 15:30. At 15:30, we will reconvene for the discussion on building sustainable, people-centered metropolis, empowering post-conflict communities. Meanwhile, participants of the breakout session, Macroeconomic Forecast for Ukraine and Kyiv Recovery 2023-2030, including transparency and other post-war risks, are kindly asked to proceed to Salle des Milices. This session will start in a few minutes, and our volunteers are available to guide you. Enjoy the break, and we look forward to continuing our dynamic and impactful conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, also there is a group gathering right here in the entrance to the main hall, and they will go to the Salle des Milices. So if you're going to the breakout session, this is the good time to come to the entrance, and together the volunteers will take you to the next place.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття. Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мы ее делаем. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс. Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Вот мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідним домом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Вот мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мы ее делаем. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мы ее делаем. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мы ее делаем. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мы ее делаем. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту. Постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое тело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є...
Модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое тело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мы ее делаем. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту. Постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое тело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас. И сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Шановні пані та панове, розпочинає роботу 8-й Київський інвестиційний форум «Брюссельська платформа». Просимо гостей зайняти місця у залі. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в режим тихої роботи.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum, please take your seats and set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Пані та панове, продовжує роботу 8-й Київський інвестиційний форум «Брюссельська платформа». Просимо гостей зайняти місця в залі та перевести телефони в беззвучний режим роботи. Ми розпочинаємо панель «Побудова сталого мегаполісу. Розширення можливостей постконфліктних громад». Будь ласка, привітайте модераторку Наталія Козак-Клаверстейн, директорка зі стратегії Impact Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the 8th Kyiv Investment Forum continues, please keep your phones in silent mode. We are now starting panel number 4, Building Sustainable, People-Centered Metropolis, Empowering Post-Conflict Communities. Please welcome the moderator Natalia Kozak-Klaverstein, Chief Strategy Officer at Impact Force.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here. I hope you've enjoyed the session so far today. And welcome to the session on building sustainable people-centered metropolis, empowering post-conflict communities. What do we actually mean when we speak about empowering communities, and why does it matter? Well, first of all, when communities are empowered, they have an opportunity to participate in the decision-making for topics that define their own futures. It gives them the resources and support needed to know what matters. It also creates the environment where people feel safe, where people feel valued, where people feel like they can impact their own future and create better lives for themselves. And last but not least, it also creates economic opportunities, not just for few, but actually for everyone to self-realize. So why do we care about empowering local communities? It's part of creating a better and just world. And when we think about the fundamentals of it, there are really three things that come to the core of it. It's about resilience, it's about the mental health, and it's about the self-awareness. Why do we care about resilience? Because without it, people will really struggle to cope with the stress and trauma that comes, especially at a time of conflict. Why we care about the mental health? Because without the proper support, people will not be able to move on, and the trauma will continue to haunt them into the future. And last but not least, because without the self-awareness, they will not be able to define what are the right next steps for them to move on. People of Ukraine had been through immense challenges over the last 2 years. There's been a great trauma, but amidst all of that, we've shown a lot of incredible resilience and sense of community. And when you combine that with the creativity, when you combine that with the resourcefulness, Ukrainians are uniquely positioned to drive the next wave of innovations that will help empower the communities and define how the path forward could look like. We have a potential to lead the world by sharing some of the learnings that we've got from that. And that's why we're here today. So let me introduce our esteemed panelists. First and foremost, we have Sabine Fraser, who is country representative for Ukraine for United Nations Women. Welcome. Then we have Brian Lee, who is a program director for Eastern Europe at the Center for International Private Expertise. Olga Dyakova, co-founder of Impact Force. Katerina Spivakova, who is the head of communications and government relations at Kernel. And last but not least, Serge Strobans, who is a director for Europe at the Institute of Economics and Peace. So, Ms. Fraser, let's start with you. You've dedicated a very big part of your career to empowering women and girls and ensuring their participation in decision-making. How have you seen this play out in the context of Kyiv over the last 2 years? And why do you think it's crucial to focus on empowering women and girls?
Thank you so much, Natalia, for that question. Of course, it's my favorite question to be asked. I'm happy to speak about why it's important to empower women and girls. And thank you very much for the organizers. To be in such a stately place is really a huge honor. And it's an honor to be able to speak about Kyiv here in Brussels. So let me just jump into it right now in terms of why women, why focus on women. Well, what we've seen in Ukraine since the start of the large-scale aggression by the Russian Federation is that women have taken on incredible new roles. What we saw as an organization that was already in Ukraine since 2016 is that our partners immediately reacted to the large-scale aggression and its consequences, meaning primarily the huge displacement of people that occurred in spring 2022. So what we see is that women-led organizations, that women's rights organizations, civil society organizations led by women immediately jumped into the front line to help women that were being displaced. They transformed, for example, their shelters into spaces for IDPs. They provided food, they provided childcare. And so what we saw is that women-led organizations took a real strong leadership role from the very beginning. So women as first responders is very important. And what we still see today is that women in their families, in their local communities, be it in Western Ukraine or Eastern Ukraine, are doing a huge amount to respond. And they're a huge part of the resistance. What we're also seeing in the conflict is really a shift in gender roles. So we're actually seeing an acceptance of that, a realization in Ukraine that the roles of women are changing and that women can really do what they want. We also have approximately 6,000 women who are active on the front lines as defenders, who are fighting in all kinds of positions, snipers, tank drivers, whatever. So here, the roles of women, the perceptions of women is changing fundamentally in the country. What we're also seeing is that women are engaging in economic life. They already did that, of course, before. But what we're seeing now is they're really increasing their participation in economic life. In the private sector, for example, we're seeing that for every 2 new businesses that are created in Ukraine now, 1 of them is led by a woman. So in terms of creation of small and medium-sized businesses or moving their businesses from Eastern Ukraine to Western Ukraine or outside the country but still working inside the country, we're seeing women in business playing an incredible role. At the same time, women in the labor force is another issue of key importance and which will continue to be even a bigger issue of importance. And I just want to give a shout out here also to the government of Ukraine, which just passed a new strategy on equal pay. So this issue of equal pay is a problem in the European Union as well. And Ukraine is not waiting to become a full-fledged member of the European Union. Already it's dealing with issues of equal pay between men and women for equal work. So what we're clearly seeing is that there's a need to continue to support women in this effort as they take on these incredible roles. Before I hand over the mic, I'm just going to give one also very specific example, which is from the Kyiv administration itself. So Kyiv, immediately following the invasion of the northern parts of the city and of the country as a whole, immediately had to figure out how to respond. And 80,000 IDPs were registered in the first few months of the start of the large-scale war. And of course, many of them were women and children. So the administration had to figure out how to respond to these large number of women and children that had entered the city. These women very often were leading their families under a tremendous amount of stress, a tremendous amount of psychological stress. And the city decided to really dedicate to support the issue of mental health. So one thing that UN Women did together with the Kyiv City Administration was to provide psychological support to displaced women and girls who particularly had taken shelter in the subway stations. So as you know, when there are air raid attacks, that is a common place to go, is in the subway stations. So one thing that the Kyiv City Administration did was provided psychologists, psychiatrists, mental health specialists to work with those women particularly to help them deal with some of this trauma and stress. So what we've really seen is that the city has focused on social workers, medical professionals, women working in critical infrastructure services such as kindergartens to support them. So as Natalia said, what's important in a city is also to have an open city, a city of, what was the title of the title of it was a community-based city, I believe.
People-centered.
A people-centered city. So this was a very clear example of how Kyiv City Administration wanted to have a people-centered city and, I would say, a women-centered city to be able to support the women who are taking up on these new roles. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Brian Lee, we're going to go to you next. A lot of the focus of your work is around ensuring the participation of the private sector in the reconstruction and the recovery of Ukraine. You're working actively also in Kyiv and in Ukraine. So what are some of the highlights that you could share with us coming from the field? And where do you see the biggest opportunities over the next 12 to 24 months to engage and empower the community of Ukrainian entrepreneurs and private sector?
No, thank you. Thank you for that question, Dalia, and thanks everybody here, esteemed guests. It's it's an honor to be here at the Kyiv Investment Forum, and thanks to organizers for the invitation to participate in today's panel. And I'm proud to be part of such a group that is looking at the future of Ukraine and Kyiv. It's not just looking at it, but working to ensure that is one that permits Ukrainians to thrive, that takes into account today's challenges, that looks to create a Ukraine where Ukrainians play an integral part in the West and the European community. As director for Ukraine at the Center for International Private Enterprise, my role is to ensure that we as an organization are working towards this goal and ensuring that our core partner, which is the Ukrainian private sector, plays a pivotal role in shaping Ukraine and Kyiv's trajectory. So there's a number of private sector opportunities, especially for Ukrainian private sector. These are workforce development and technical skills training. There's been a lot of talk about bringing the need to bring the private sector to the table to ensure that the skills and capacities that are being taught in schools, that are being built out through further education programs, that they're actually relevant for the labor market so that when people are finished with their courses, they have a job, and it's a purposeful job. Another one is also looking at the reintegration of veterans into society and helping the provision of productive and purposeful opportunities there. And there's a lot that needs to be done so that the private sector understands what that actually means for Kyiv and the wider country. And then also looking at the establishment of priorities at the local and regional levels. I understand there's a need for coordination at the national level, but the needs vary from community to community, and I think that's something that has been discussed here today, not just looking at Kyiv, but also looking at other communities as well, when you're looking at what the needs are and the challenges they face. So looking at what the opportunities are, there's also challenges. And for the Ukrainian private sector, they really have the feeling that they're being left out of the discussion. So we have here a lot of folks from the private sector, but not Ukrainian private sector. We have governments here, we have civil society here. But when talking with Ukrainian private sector, that's their biggest fear is they're being left out of the discussion, they're not helping set the priorities, they're not going to be able to take part in the opportunity to actually rebuild their country. But then also if they are brought in, then they're fearful that they aren't going to be able to take advantage of the opportunities because they don't have the capacity to do so. Moving on, and this is kind of where, speaking on another things, another key leader of this is also women. This is also something that we work on at SIPE. They've always played an important role in Ukraine. My team in Kyiv, we have 7 ladies, so it's a great group, and they've really come to the fore, and they've really helped out since the full-scale invasion. But just like that, Ukrainian women, they've all stepped up to the plate. They're taking on new roles at home, in society, in the economy. And I believe that an example of this is also the team that's organized today's forum. They're rising to the fore to help Ukraine, their home, to address today's challenges and build the future. And then it's vital that we not only recognize this, but we move to support the continued transformation and take a holistic approach in doing so. Just moving on real quick, because I hate this. There's a lot of talk, including here today, about how Ukraine and Kyiv can rebuild. I like this term as it encapsulates both optimism and hope. Because for Ukraine to be successful, women and the private sector to play an integral role from both grassroots level on upwards. And this might take a different approach than what has been done in the past, but I think it's an important shift, an important step that needs to take place. So at SIPE, we believe that empowering women economically and enhancing their agency while reducing gender inequality and providing equal access to opportunities is simply, lack of a better term, just smart economics. So thus, we've placed women's economic empowerment as a key pillar of our Ukraine strategy, not only looking to improve the role of women in the Ukrainian economy, but in doing so, strengthen their position throughout society and enriching everyone in the process. And then just to end on that, so as we look forward to the future of Kyiv and Ukraine, it's vital that we look to elevate and strengthen women, not only in the economy, but at every level. And it's also important to ensure that we bring the Ukrainian private sector to the table and make sure they're engaged as well. Not only will this help aid Ukraine and its communities in their current struggle, but also help them successfully address what's going to come and what will come. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much for this. And yeah. It's actually very powerful what you were talking about, the whole concept about empowering communities around inclusivity. So how do we ensure that we actually include all the different groups in there? I think it leaves a lot to reflect on and think about how we do not leave anyone behind. Shifting gears a little bit, and we've heard a lot about the empowerment of women so far, how critical it is. We also heard a little bit about the importance of the mental health. So, Ms. Oletyakova, I know it's your personal mission to actually increase and improve access to mental health of Ukraine and make Ukraine as resilient of a nation we could be. For those who don't know, Impact Force have done a lot of great work actually in this field and trying to objectively measure stress. If you haven't done the test yet, you can measure your stress levels objectively. Our chief scientist, Viktor Matsushin, is around. And if you want to do that, Sasha, please stand up. Find Sasha, and she will take you to the room where you can do that. And turning to you, Ola, why should we care about mental health? Why is it needed to empower communities?
Thank you, Natalia, for such a warm welcome. And after your question, I would prefer to offer everybody to meditate. But unfortunately, our chief scientist, he's still measuring the level of stress of our participants, so I will continue my agenda. In our pursuit of building strong, empowered local communities, we often focus on physical infrastructure, economic development, or educational opportunities. This While these aspects are undoubtedly crucial, cannot create the thriving communities we envision. Mental health is the cornerstone. Maybe can I change? Thank you. Stress level. Mental health is the cornerstone of resilience, strong community. It is the foundation upon which we build strong families, nurture a meaningful relationship, and foster a sense of belonging. As you think about Ukraine, what are the first adjectives that come to your mind? For me, it's resilient, strong, unbroken, resourceful, but behind the closed doors, I guess it's tired, overwhelmed, and fear of the future. In the USA, every day, 17 military veterans die by suicide. Millions of people around the world report decline in their mental health and depression as a result of global pandemic, natural disasters, political turmoil, and armed conflicts. Yet life must go on. We must live. How can we find the strength and perseverance to cope with this? Let's look at the video from one of Ukrainian veterans, Sergei, who went through our rehabilitation pilot program early this year, where his mental health was as much as a priority as his physical recovery.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sergei Pozniak. I'm Junior Lieutenant of National Guard of Ukraine. Last year, I went through a life-changing experience. I was severely wounded during very successful stormed position of Wagner private military company. I stamped on the mine and lose my foot. As a result, I was experiencing severe spine insomnia, and I have very, very strong phantom pain. My ward wasn't healthy. Well, that made physical rehabilitation rather challenging. At that time, I went through a mental health and immersion program developed by Impact Force. As I started practicing breath work and meditation techniques regularly twice a day, my phantom pains started disappearing. Over my time, I sleep improved and my body was recovered fast. Shortly after, I could undergo the surgery for prosthetic leg, and my physical rehabilitation became possible. 1 year later, I have returned to the National Guard. I have returned to my family. I have returned to sport study. I'm happy husband and father. I have 4 children, 3 very little. Feeling hopeful about the future, they honored to share my story in hopes I will help others. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
As you can see, by prioritizing mental health, we empower individuals to become an active participants in their own well-being and in the well-being of their communities. So we should act now. Firstly, we need to empower individuals, destigmatize mental health, raise awareness of stress and its impact on our well-being and physical health, and equip individuals with effective and easy-to-use tools. Second, we need to empower medical communities, introduce innovative methods that are more accessible and effective and prevent re-traumatizing tools. And the last one, we need to empower the broader ecosystem. We all have a role to play in building resilient communities, that be that government, private sector, civil society, or scientific community. It's our joint responsibility. And this journey, it's not something that's relevant for Ukraine alone. In fact, our work is just the first step in defining effective strategies that could be easily scaled and implemented in any crisis-effective countries to support diverse local communities and they recover from their lived trauma and grow their resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We spoke about the mental health, and there is also some more fundamental and basic needs as well. So I'd like to move on to our next speaker, Ms. Katerina Spivakova. We know that in a moment of crisis, some of the basic necessities could become out of reach for many. So when we speak about topics like food security, how can it play a role in creating cohesive communities?
Thank you, Natalia. We are now making big curve from mental health back to business and numbers and figures, but in this world, everything is connected, and I think I will now explain you how it is connected. So basically, I'm representing the private sector, Ukrainian private sector, and agriculture, which is a core industry for Ukrainian economy, contributing the most to Ukrainian GDP. And over 40% of all current Ukrainian export is agricultural export, and this sector is employing around 14% of all Ukrainians. Actually, accordingly to United Nations statistics, Ukraine can feed 400 million people worldwide. We are market leaders in sunflower oil. We have around 40% of market share. We are market leaders in around 13% in barley, corn, and rapeseed. We have around 10% of the global wheat market. And of course, we are currently suffering a lot from Russian missile attacks. You probably have heard that they are attacking our ports, they are attacking agricultural infrastructure, and because of the war, we have strong, huge limitations of exports potential. So we used to export around 70 million tons per year. Now we are limited to only 30, so this is a huge drop, actually. And what consequences does it have? So for the global world, actually, shortage means automatically the price increase, and means less supply and very negative impact on the purchasing power of poorest countries in Africa, Middle East, and Asia. If there is not enough supply of food, then of course it can trigger the next migration processes worldwide. It can trigger hunger and increase of diseases, unemployment, and so on and so forth. For Ukraine, the consequence is, of course, very negative impact on the economy in general. And it is a huge threat, actually, for decentralization, because less taxes will be paid locally in regions. It means that agricultural sector, which is a core for economy, will lose its resilience, will lose its adaptability to changes. And as a next, actually, we will require subsidies from the government, loss of jobs again, and the poorness of the population. And what we can do now, actually not so much. We have to think about the export potential and the infrastructure of the export, meaning developing the ports. Before the war, actually, over 90% of Ukrainian export, agricultural export, was done through the Black Sea, to the deep water. Currently, we don't have access to the deep water, as you all know. And we are exporting through the rivers. So we as a company, we as a business, are investing into river ports, we are investing into vessels, we are investing into storage facilities all over Ukraine to reduce a little bit a risk for farmers to produce actually the crops because they are already now decreasing the acreages, already now by 15% next year and over the next year we will see a huge reduction, about 30% and more, which will actually impact the global stability heavily. So we have to think about this, we have to speak about this, the global community has to understand this, and we have to win the war. That's the only solution.
Thank you. Mr. Stromans, moving over to you. Do you see, one of the interesting questions on my mind is, do you see any positive connection between the empowered local communities and the peace indicators? And is it even possible that empowered communities can be a catalyst for conflict resolution?
Well, absolutely. All the solutions always come from local communities. The only problem that I see is a disconnection between those local communities and then these very big, high-level strategic ideas about how to help a country. I think what we need to understand is how to connect both and make both work together and work better. But before I go into my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to commend Olga and Impact Force for the work you're doing. I've been in the military myself for 30 years, and I'm now also working together with victims of the terrorist attacks in Brussels and terrorist attacks worldwide. The scar, which is invisible, is a deeper scar. And so your work is super important for a multitude of people, and I really commend you and thank you for that. So what I'm going to do now is, first of all, explain to you what the Institute for Economics and Peace is. So we are an Australian think tank with a global outreach. I'm working here in Brussels, and we are responsible for Europe, Middle East, North Africa, and we have, of course, people present all over the world. We measure, quantify peace, and identify the drivers for peacefulness. And I'm going to talk about two forms of peace to you today. Negative peace, which is measured in our Global Peace Index, which is the absence of violence or the fear of violence, and positive peace, which are those investments you need to make to create peaceful society. So we look at attitudes, structures, and institutions in which you need to invest to create those sustainably peaceful societies. And we see that with high levels of positive peace, well, we see the levels of happiness, people, well-being, people, economic indicators, ESG, resilience, and even ecological resilience grow also. Well, let me take you back first to 2021. Ukraine was considered in the Global Peace Index as one of the top 5 countries increasing on the index. A poll survey within the Ukrainian population was asking them, what are you afraid of to destabilize your society? Well, health or road traffic accidents came first. War, conflict, terrorism only came 5th in the risks that Ukrainians were identifying to create destabilization in their countries. And of course, we know that the next year, well, things changed. That's negative peace. When we look at positive peace, over a period of 10, 15 years before 2022, we see that Ukraine permanently invested in the levels of peacefulness, in the levels of positive peace, permanently invested in this systemic approach to peace, which is called positive peace. And we have seen clearly there improvement in many, many of the pillars of positive peace, even in the, the criticism that is always brought to Ukraine, which is a global criticism not only for Ukraine, corruption. Well, even there we have seen an increase by 5% in this specific pillar, which means a decrease by 5% of the levels of corruption in Ukraine. Well, of course, 2022, you look at the figures again, a decrease by 13% of the levels of peacefulness in 1 year imposed on Ukraine, such as the figures we heard today, the economic impact imposed on Ukraine. 65% of the Ukrainian GDP is now dedicated to the conflict, to violence. 41% decrease in economic output imposed on Ukraine. Well, that's negative peace. What is really positive, and what I really commend also, is the fact that even in conflict, even impacted by such an economic impact, Ukraine chose and continued to invest in positive peace, and we have seen a continued increase in the levels of positive peace in Ukraine and transformation. So it's not only because the EU is saying, hey, become a partner, and you need to rise to our standards. This idea of transformation was already there before, and was always strongly presented in Ukrainian, I would say, society, and also in the choices of Ukrainian leaders also before. So I think when you look at the global scope for that, I think you're the only one, the only country who was able, in conflict, to continue to build on its own future. And really, it's commendable also for that. Just a few words about positive peace. So, as I said, structures, institutions, and attitudes. 8 pillars, really straightforward. High levels of good governance, sound business environment, everything we spoke about today and everything we spoke about in this panel. Free flow of information, low levels of corruption, good relations with your neighbors. Well, you had good relations with everybody, but it's your neighbor who decided to change something about this. Development of human capital, acceptance of the rights of others, equitable distribution of resources. So a lot of things we spoke about today. And I think the last one I would like to make is to stress this necessity to really approach this in a systemic way. It's only if you trigger all 8 of those pillars that you will see a transformation. Just to give you an idea, and we were talking about that before, you know, sometimes we go to some regions where we talk about peace, people are not interested. Well, 1% increase in positive peace, that's 2 to 3% increase in your GDP, and all those indicators. It's more resilience. You know, positive peace is a measure of resilience. It's a surrogate measure of SDGs and development also. I think that's what we need to keep into our minds, is that if you invest in the right things, if you invest in peace, well, you're going to create economic development. You don't have to invest in the economy. You don't have to invest in finance things. You can invest in peace and still generate an economic development. I think that is key also to empower people, and you have given enough examples in this panel and today also, empower people to create a better future for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Building on that, we've heard a lot from almost every panelist today, the word resilience, right? So are we actually seeing and redefining the term resilience and what it means in the context of Kyiv, in the context of war? I'd be very curious to hear your perspective on this.
Should I go first? I think resilience is the capacity to absorb, adapt, and grow. And I think I just made the point about this. Yes, of course, positive peace is a measure of resilience, and Ukraine continued to invest. Ukraine showed its resilience, but not only, you know, in the response it gave to the aggression, but also in the continued investment in its own future. That's something we clearly see in the figures when it comes to positive peace, and we can clearly see, and I think this is the key message of this forum today, this capacity to, facing the adversity, still continue to invest in your own future. And I think what really blew my mind this morning when I was listening to all the different speeches is this idea to say, yes, there is still war there in the east or in the southeast, but we can, the solution to the war, to war is going through reconstruction and going through permanent investment in our own future. So, absolutely.
Should I go one by one? So, me next?
If you'd like to add, yeah.
I have already started, so. Actually, speaking about resilience, I think that Ukrainian people and Ukrainian private sector is demonstrating huge amount of resilience and like power, inner power in fighting against the aggression. And I think that now more than before, it's obvious that Ukraine has a very important role on the global arena. For international stability and for international resilience of the world. And I just want to repeat once again that food is not a weapon, and we have to think about this, and we have to think about the consequences of what is currently going on in Ukraine.
Thank you.
No, I think resilience is a good word to describe what I've seen in Ukraine on the ground and in Kyiv, especially since I started with SIPE over the recent months, and also having friends and colleagues that have been in Ukraine for years. And when the conflict broke out, I was working in the U.S. Congress for a congressman that was still very engaged in this issue. And this is something we went up to New York and spoke with the UN about that. There's still talks in the halls of government in D.C. and today, being in Brussels. I think that's the one thing that I see throughout all this is that Ukrainians are resilient. Private sector is a big part of that. They've responded to the challenges at hand. They're continuing to do so, and they're continuing to survive and ensure that Ukraine's economy is moving forward, that it operates, and they're an important driver of that. And so I think there's a lot of talk of earlier today about commitments that were made to Kyiv, commitments to Ukraine, and there's still going to be a lot of talk. I know I'm back in DC for weeks and months on end, I believe. But that said, I believe that support will come and it will continue. But I think even more importantly than that, I think Ukraine and Ukrainians are in a position to thrive and continue to be resilient and push forward. I have no doubt that they'll continue to do that and both win the war, win the peace, and build a better future for themselves.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll be very short just to say that definitely resilience is what you see every single day walking down the streets of Kyiv. Resilience is such a strong part of the resistance. So for me, it's very much also, another big word, which is resistance, and another word, which is solidarity. So I think particularly what we see working with women is the amount of solidarity between women who work in all kinds of different sectors, be they local women in local villages, working with women from the private sector, working with women CSOs, working internationally, locally, nationally. The amount of solidarity and the amount of strength that comes through that solidarity is really incredible resilience to see in action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resilience is essential for peace. And when we are resilient, we are less likely to be drawn into the conflict. And when the conflict occurs, we are more likely to be resolved peacefully, with dignity and respect for every human life. And on my own opinion, mental health is the base for resilience. So maybe we have to change the way of thinking. Maybe we have to create the base for our society, for our communities, to engage them, to think about our nervous system and about the way how we're thinking about. Maybe this is, for me, resilient. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, building on the topic of the mental health, how can you, and if we bring it back to the core topic of the building the communities, and especially in the context of Metropolis, in the context of policies for Greater Kyiv, how do you think mental health can be incorporated as part of the broader frameworks of the city development policy to actually make it an integral part of the city life?
We've been working in Ukraine, and we are doing a huge research about mental health and how we can improve human lives. And I've been practicing transcendental meditation for more than 10 years, and I strongly believe that if we would be able to integrate the awareness about easy tools for our mental health, and not only like treatment, but like ecosystem, an educational system, and communication campaign, communication strategy, and a medical system, I guess we would be able to build more resilient and strong and meaningful community.
Yeah, so really focusing on prevention rather than the treatment of the issues. Thank you so much for that. And in the same context, when we look at the broader policies of the Kyiv, Ms. Fraser, looking at you and thinking, how can we be better to create policies that are gender inclusive, policies that support women and girls and empower them?
So I think we can do that by creating a feminist municipality, which is what Kyiv already has. It's wonderful to live in a city with a feminist municipality. So this term is not something that I've invented. It's something that was invented by UCLG, the United Cities and Local Government, which is a network of 240,000 municipalities and regions from around the world. So this concept of feminist municipalism is something that I really think Kyiv is embodying on a daily basis. It is something which is very much based on solidarity that I mentioned, really building bridges between women that are working in government, in civil society, in education, in the private sector, and so on. But really what we see, I think, in Kyiv is the three building blocks, the key elements of a feminist city, which is having an institutional structure that promotes gender-responsive decision-making and budgeting. So we have gender-responsive budgeting, which is used in the Kyiv administration budgeting process. We also have a strong gender department and strong gender experts that are working in Kyiv administration. It's also important to have strong women leadership. And there, what we're seeing is that there are extraordinarily strong women in the Kyiv administration, and the Kyiv administration has a school for women leaders. So it is also realized that there is a young generation that is coming up and that needs to have more access to senses of leadership and empowerment. So the Kyiv administration is running that school of women leaders. And finally, what we see is the application of innovative solutions, the focus on people, the people-centered approach, the focus on addressing mental health issues. So these are key elements that we're seeing in the Kyiv administration, which, yeah, I think makes it a feminist city, and in thus way, really an important city to look into and to invest and to support.
Thank you so much for that. One of the things that you mentioned is also around the capacity building of that. So Mr. Lee, then looking at you and from the perspective of the work that you are doing with the private sector, is there anything from the municipal level policy that you think is already being done well or could be done in order to support the development of the private sector entrepreneurs in Kyiv?
Sorry, what was the last bit of the last sentence?
So the support entrepreneurs, yes, so from the capacity building perspective.
I think there's already a lot that's going on there. We saw that before the war with the entrepreneur sector rising up, especially in the IT area. I also think that has continued throughout the war. And I think also as the economy has evolved since the start of, since February 2022, there's been a lot of talk of, how do we build the workforce for the future and what Ukraine needs. So I think those discussions are great to continue, I think, but they could also be improved by bringing the private sector to the table. Because a lot of the, what's being done now is what I've seen done elsewhere back in the United States and in other countries I've worked in where it's very much driven by the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Economy as in, this is what they think they need. But they rarely bring in the actual people who are going to employ them following to actually say, this is the skill sets we need, this is what we're looking for. And so at the end of the day, it's we need a demand-driven sort of workforce development strategy. So I think that would be the one thing I think that could be very beneficial for Kyiv and for Ukraine as a whole. So, and especially understanding that a lot of what's going on with the process of decentralization is it's going to be driven by Kyiv and local municipalities. So,
yeah, thank you so much for this. Okay. And really continuing in the spirit of what's on the municipal policies and the urban development strategies that can help us create this people-centered metropolis. Ms. Pivakova, really looking at you and thinking, how do we ensure the consistent food security for the inhabitants of Kyiv?
Well, I'm actually more involved into countryside, not so much dealing with the city. I think actually in the previous panel, Evgenia said that we are a young country, young business. We want to develop, and we are eager to gain new markets to show our our power and our strengths to the market and what we can deliver to the global world from Ukraine. I think what we actually need to prosper. We don't need any help from outside. We just need the peace, and we need to be able to do what we have done before very, very good. Because as I said before, we are market leaders in many areas, not only in agriculture, and we are developing. We have brilliant people, brilliant minds, and now we are in this like terrible situation, which we need the whole world actually to unite to help us to continue developing, and to bring our values and our state of mind, positive state of mind to the world, to share with the whole world. I think that's what we do, what we need. We don't need a lot from outside. And I think we can contribute to European business, to global business a lot. And now it's like even more obvious than before. So that's what I can say.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the next question, I'd like to pose it to all of our panelists. One of the speakers last year mentioned that the word crisis also means an opportunity in multiple languages across the world. I see her smiling. It really stuck with me, because we're now 1 year later and there is still war in Ukraine. And we talked a lot about the different challenges and how we're addressing them. But if you think about the opportunities that are arising for Kyiv as a result of what our country is going through, what do you see would be those biggest opportunities that could benefit the local communities? It's a tough one.
Yeah, I will start. And I'm glad that in the year which passed, I was able to select the one who said that last year, I guess. So really pleased to have you on board, Katja. No, I think the opportunities lies in the fact that it is not, as I explained in my initial presentation, it is not something that you guys discovered or Kiev discovered during the conflict also. It's a mindset which was already there. And you spoke about that, Olga, you said also it's resilience. We are resilient, and that's then resistance, and of course then you move forward. And I think the fact that this is there, and that's what has been displayed today, is creating some form of trust with investors. When Vitaly Klitschko is telling to the investors, I will be your bodyguard, well, that's a form of security, I guess. And so that's what you need to look at. It's not new. It's not, as Brian has said, the economy is still there, it's thriving also. So it appeals for investors to come in there. Through Positive Peace, we're also able at the Institute for Economics and Peace to identify in conflict transformation, in conflict transition, those moments in which it is opportune for foreign direct investment, and also which part of industry will start first and will be needed at what time. I think that's very important to understand. Maybe a last note on this. I think it's important for the private sector, and we have seen a lot of public sector today. We have only seen a few actors of the private sector. I think it's important to understand that in conflict or in a situation of war, the private sector is part of this. Also when it comes to peace, and the private sector should not wait for peace to be there to start investing. I think it's also a responsibility of the private sector to create peace and to create for themselves and people living in those countries an environment in which they can thrive and they can invest and they can develop their activities.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know if anybody else wants to build on that, otherwise it's such an uplifting moment to actually...
Just to sort of build on that, and crisis equals opportunity, I think this is a sort of a once-in-a-generational opportunity for Ukraine, even though it is in the middle of a crisis. I think, been through personal crisis and things like that, it is an opportunity to either grow and change, or it's an opportunity to sort of go back and revert back to old ways. And I think what we're seeing here today and discussing, what I've seen in Ukraine and in Kyiv is people striving to take advantage of this opportunity and to finally fulfill the promise that they wanted to make to themselves back in the late 80s and early 90s of bringing about that change, both as a society, the system of economy, as well as the system of government. So I think they really are, the Ukraine and Ukrainians are using this crisis as an opportunity to bring that about and see that come to realization. So I think that's encouraging for me to see. So,
thank you so much.
Yeah, also as a outcome of the crisis, of course, this is an opportunity to build back better, more equal, and more inclusive. And I think that this is, super important to emphasize that all the things that we're talking about here, to have a people-centered approach, to bring in issues of mental health, to bring in issues of how to ensure solidarity, to ensure that the infrastructure is in place to allow women to go to work, all of that are going to be key elements for the recovery process. And that's going to be key for the investments, both private and public, that go into the recovery, that they move towards an inclusive and a situation which is better and more equal.
Thank you so much for this. Thank you for all of your time and insightful answers. It's very clear that the road to recovery is not going to be fast. It's going to be long and complex. But I'm genuinely proud to be Ukrainian, hearing everything that you've shared about how Ukrainians have showed up to this challenge. So I have no doubt that Ukraine will be victorious. And we all have a role to play in making it a better, more people-centered community. So thank you so much.
Пані та панове, щиро дякуємо усім учасникам панелі «Розбудова сталого мегаполісу. Розширення можливостей постконфліктних громад» за їхні цінні внески та ідеї. Запрошуємо учасників брейкаут-сесій «Мобілізація імпакт-інвестицій для інклюзивності та сталого зростання» приєднатись до пані Наталії Козак-Клаверстейн у залі «Демілісь», щоб продовжити цю цікаву дискусію. Одночасно ми продовжуємо форум сегментом «Мистецька інтеграція».
Ladies and gentlemen, a sincere thank you to all the participants of panel number 4, Building Sustainable, People-Centered Metropolis, Empowering Post-Conflict Communities, for their valuable contributions and insights. We now invite participants of the breakout on Mobilizing Impact Investments for Inclusion and Sustainable Growth to follow Natalia Kozak-Klaverstein to Salle de Mélis for their engaging discussion. Artistic integration segment will start at 17 o'clock. Please stay tuned for this unique and enriching experience.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідним домом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури, глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. Взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое дело. Процесс работы. Делали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідним домом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. Взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое тело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас. И сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. Взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософський і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое тело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас. И сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Вот такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. Сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація. І взагалі оцей процес створення скульптури з глини, з пластиліну, я його теж не відкидаю, тому що він є надзвичайно філософським і надзвичайно, як сказати, має терапевтичну таку складову. Я зараз знаходжуся в стадії експерименту, постійно експериментую з металом, з пластиком, з різними елементами нашого буття.
Вот, модель большой скульптуры. Тут мое дело. Процесс работы. Сделали каркас и сейчас постепенно обвязываем проволочкой. Такой вот процесс.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Микита Зігура. Вітаю вас у своїй студії. Майстерня для мене, для художника, вона є наче своєрідний дом. З братом разом працюємо тут, разом придумуємо ідеї, разом якось комбінуємо якісь матеріали і приходимо до якогось логічного висновку. сам процес створення, сам процес ліплення, він для мене є наче своєрідна медитація.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the conclusion of the Kyiv Investment Forum 2023, we're honored to present our final segment, Peace, Please, a poignant film by Chris Christophos and Jose Roland. The film is a powerful expression of our shared longing for peace and understanding. It embodies themes of hope and resilience, aligning with the spirit of our discussions throughout the forum. But I think that the best people to talk about the film are the creators of the film. Hence, I invite Mr. Christophos and Mr. Roland to say a few words about the film, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Christophos José Roland. So we are artists, and that means that in an investment forum like today, having artists is maybe not always a very good thing, because we're not talking about money, and we're not bringing money, whatever. But on the other hand, I think what is important for us, that we bring maybe things who are more emotional and also help, to bring money. And when we started this, we saw Marie-France Bott, who is the lady who was in charge of all this here. She talked about, of course, Saint-Michel, and especially she explained us that Kyiv also has Saint-Michel, as we can see over there, who is the protector of both cities. And we understood that the mayor of Brussels, Philip Klaus, and Vitaly in Kyiv were very close. And so that brought us to the idea of making a little movie where we do the music, the images, the dance, and it's a complete work, so to say. And well, we are very happy to here with you tonight to have this with you, and I don't think there is not very much to say. It's like, as you will see and hear, it speaks for itself. And on the other hand, I think we thought it was very important also, like you had Picasso. We are not that kind of artists, and we're not taking ourselves for Picasso, but like you had the Guernica, you had a lot of works who were talking about war. And we know that art, of course, cannot stop bombs falling. But I think that art can make bombs explode into the other way. That's what we try to do, and we hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who's here. Yeah. Peace, please. Peace, please.
Michael, my beloved angel, my archangel, protector of Brussels and Kyiv. Michael, we need you again. For ages, you had power to cover up Brussels in the heart of Europe. And your genius and involvement will be capable to back up Kyiv. Actual travel of disaster and death. Michael, my knight, my warrior, our authentic hero. You have the common sense, the inner strength to bring victory. We beg you, go on slaying the dragon and deliver mankind once forever from failure and evil, from horror and hell. Humanity deserves peace. Children have to grow up in happiness without pressure, persecution, fear. Michael, our request is a new mission. Fight courageously and overcome again. find.
It seems like there's a difficult technical difficulty. So it seems like we're fixing the issue, right? We are. We are fixing an issue, or the issue that is happening right now. So if I knew some funny jokes, I would tell you. But I think that we can take this pause to really extend our heartfelt applause, as we're still waiting to see the rest, to the directors of this really powerful piece that we just saw, to Chris Christophos and Jose Roland. So I invite you for a round of applause. From the technical team, can I have an ETA on the part? It's not happening today, unfortunately. Okay, so it seems like there is a technical difficulty that is, we cannot fix it in a timely manner. And I'm really sorry, first of all, to the creators and as well to the audience that you will not see the rest of the piece. But I feel like the part that we saw and how strong and emotional and the type of strong emotions that it brought, that I think that will stay with us for a long time, and it's something that we can also really think about and ponder on. And as now, we officially draw the Kyiv Investment Forum 2023 to a close. We welcome you to join us for a cocktail and networking session. This is a wonderful opportunity to connect, reflect on the insights we've shared, and build relationships that can foster future collaborations. Kyiv Investment Forum 2023 is officially closed. Thank you all for being an integral part of this event. Let's continue the dialogue and turn these shared visions into reality. Please enjoy the networking session that is going to take place now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Пані та панове, будь ласка, займайте свої місця, і ми починаємо за секунду. So we're going to start from where we left off. And technical team, if you can please cue the video.
Our Walk free, never flee. Don't step back, don't heal. No dread, no more tears, no bad shame, no fears. Bring back, bring back, bring back, bring back the light. Bring back the
Once again, thank you. Thank you for sharing this beautiful piece of art to the directors, to Mr. Christophos and Mr. Roland. I think this is a perfect way for us to finish this forum. And I think that the last piece where it talks about bring back light. And I think this is exactly what this whole day was about, to bring back light to Ukraine, bring back light for some people literally in their homes, in their apartments, houses. For some, it's bring back light of freedom to the occupied territories. So I think it's very symbolic to today's event. And once again, thank you so much for sharing it with us. And I think this will help us to leave today with also these sentimentic feelings and something we can all think about. And now I invite you to join back the networking session, networking part. And yes, thank you.